we go. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, and if you happen to be in the right area of the world, good morning. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, and we are on day 3 of my debut. We're on the 3rd and final debut stream. Yes, and I am very excited to be here. I'm very excited to be here. This one I was looking forward to. This one I was really looking forward to, in no small part because it involved very little prep on my end, whereas the other 2 days involved hours and days of preparation. This one was relatively easy, so I'm very happy about that. I am very, very happy about that. But yes, it is the 3rd day of debut, and starting next week, I'll be going back to normal streams. I'll be going back to quote-unquote normal streams. We'll probably do some calligraphy and maybe play a video game, maybe do a collab. It'll be nice. It'll simply be nice. And I am looking forward to it. I am looking forward to doing my normal things and to not putting so much pressure on myself. But it is nice to do these big events periodically. It is nice to think in these big terms and to have put the effort in. You know, it's nice to do that. Let's get some of the hellos in. Let's get some of the hellos in. Hello, Seriebot. Hello, me. Hello, Space. Hello, Alpha Watotop. Hello, Blosfazar. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Vexing Cats. Hello, Kairu. Hello, Mango Tarty. And hello, Nando. And I hope you're all, and also, of course, obviously, hello to the lurkers. Hello to the VOD watchers. And hello to anyone who might come in here. It's always grateful to have anybody here. And hello, Mura-sensei. Hello, Mura-sensei. Yes, it is you. It is you. And hello, the Ruinous Librarian. Hello, the Ruinous Librarian. So let's just go back and get a little bit of these chats. And just in case anybody doesn't know, Blosfazar is one of my VTubing brothers. He is also designed by the wonderful, the incredible, the sensational. And eventually, I believe you have the design though, right? You don't have the model, you don't have the, I don't know if you're on the PNGs yet, but you do have the design. You do have the design, if I recall correctly. I remember seeing him working on it live on his stream. Waiting on the PNG. Right. Good. I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that. Vex was not designed by Sensational, but did get one of her PNGs made by Sensational. So I'm not sure what level of relationship that is. And yes, Mango Tarty, I love that tank. I love that tank emote so much. The tank emote is I don't know, this sounds like it's just getting worse and worse, what you guys are saying. The tank emote I very much took from Omega Strikers, where they had the I Me tank, and the tank emote in that just, people just spammed it so much. People just spammed it so much. It was so beautiful. It was so beautiful. Let me catch up a little bit because I'm going still through the backlog. I do see your request, Mura. I do see your request, Mura, and I knew that was going to happen because I had it disabled the last 2 streams. Because the last 2 streams I wanted to be attentive. I wanted to be attentive to what I was doing, and this one's a little bit more freeform. This one's a little bit more freeform. So let me get the mic a little bit more adjusted. And so Ruinous. I mean, I can't stop you, Kaidu.
Hello, Vex. Yes. What's up is I'm going to answer a whole bunch of viewer questions.
that a whole bunch of people submitted. And hello, Grim. Hello, Grim Glassman. So, Ruinous Librarian, let me see if I can grab a screenshot and show it to you. So let's pull up, what's the window capture set to? That's not what I want set to. So paint, paint, MS Paint. Let's put that above VTS. Properties. I hate how that always goes. There we go. There we go. So, Ruinous Librarian asked me if I have played Warframe. I have played Warframe. I have played Warframe a lot. A lot. Yep. I've actually streamed Warframe. I just don't stream it on my channel. I stream it on Alex's channel. When I'm on Alex Azarashi's channel, I play. That's what I play with Alex when I'm over on her channel. We play Warframe together. So yeah, I've played Warframe recently as a streamer. Like I played it quite recently as a streamer. Most of that time is pretty old. I have not even launched it since May 1st, so I haven't played. I launched it to download the patch so that I wouldn't get screwed, but I haven't played the new patch. So it is patched, but I just haven't played. I played it a lot in like 2015 to 2019, and I've kind of fallen off. I come back periodically, but I'm actually a few story quests behind. I have played Second War. So don't ask about the big one. I have played Second War, but like I've not done a lot of. I'm several frames behind. I think Citrine is the most recent frame I have. I think Citrine's the most recent one. I'm kind of floored that Protea has a Prime now, but yeah, I've played a lot of Warframe. Railjack was probably the last major update that I was really up to date on, was Railjack. My Railjack is not, I've still not maxed out my Railjack, but it's pretty kitted out. That's actually what we were doing on Alex's stream last time, was we were doing Railjack content. Was me and her were Railjacking. We were jacking the rails. We were jacking the rails. Okay, and Mura. What am I going to do with you, Mura? Yes. I the thing is, I hate repeating compliments, but I feel like I might have to. Mura, you are a very patient person. And that's something I really think is an incredibly powerful trait for a person to have. I think patience is more important than knowledge, is more important than insight, is more important than strength, is patience. And you do have a lot of patience. I know you say you don't. I know that you're going to be like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Uncle Al? What are you talking about? What do you mean, All Might, you think I am patient? I think you are very patient. Yeah, Kairu has it. I wasn't going to name names, but since Kairu has walked into the line of fire, we give you so much shit and so do your students, for that matter. And you are such a good sport about it. And not only are you a good sport about it, but you keep doing things with full sincerity. You do not ever seem to give up when you believe that something is worth doing. You do not give up on your students. And then you come back, and then you come back. Mora, you are genuinely, you're very patient. You're good at dealing with a lot of obnoxious stuff and keeping on trucking and keeping your cool and keeping yourself composed. You put up with an enormous amount, and that's pretty unfair. But you deal with it with a shocking amount of dignity and grace, and I think that's profoundly admirable. I think that's I think it's a hell of a lot better than being smart, for example. You know, that's just being smart. That's just whatever. So yeah, that Mura Sensei, you're a pretty cool cat, and a lot of that comes down to your patience. Yeah, unfair is a good word here. And hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Mura not beating the cat girl allegations. Just giving myself a nice little stretch. And just because I think it's kind of funny, I didn't say this earlier, but according to my activity feed, I hit my follower goal of 850 3 hours ago. What the heck? What the heck? What a surprise. What an odd surprise. It's Noodles! Hello, Noodles. Hello, Noodles. How are you doing, Noodles? How are you doing, Noodles? I should be giving the shout-outs to people. I need to back up here a second. So, Vex... Blasazar, you're not active right now, right? So, Vexing Cats, who I believe will be active later tonight. I believe Vex will be active later tonight. Yes, Blasazar, please let me know. Please let me know when you start streaming. You're bad home finally. Oh no. What does that mean? What is it? Back home. Okay. Yeah, Mora. I mean, Mora, it's okay to ask other people for help. It's okay for anybody to ask other people for help. It's a very reasonable thing to do. It's extremely fair, extremely reasonable. You're good at it. You're good at it. You this is the thing that I think is outstanding about you, is that you're getting a free compliment here. That you ask for help, even though you know it's painful, but you know that you need it, and you are strong enough to tolerate that kind of pain to get the things that you actually need. And I think that's, again, very admirable. I think it's very admirable. I think that's very admirable. I gave out the other shout outs to some of my... I have to wait 40 more seconds. Dang it. Dang it. So there's going to be a few moments of me doing this over and over and over and over again and over and over again and over again. So it happens. Hello, Mumkey. Hello, Mumkey. Oh my goodness, my shoutouts are on cooldown right now. Hold on. Please shoutouts. Please shoutouts. Must wait 16 more seconds. Mumkey is super cool. Mumkey is super cool. She's a fellow hag geezer streamer. She's a retro streamer. She is very high energy. She's very high energy, but there we go. Thank you, Space. Thank you, Space, for, yes, you can. Mumkey is super cool. I enjoy watching Mumkey's streams. She does not give a shit, and she is fully herself and fully aggressively herself. Full bore, loves just, and totally unapologetic about the game she hates or loves. Just fully unapologetic about, very straightforward, very honest, very little dissembling or evasion. So Mumkey's cool. Mumkey is cool in my book. Mumkey is cool in my book. How are you doing, Mumkey? And thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the congratulations. Thank you for the congratulations. Oh, I didn't know that Mumkey and Noodles knew each other. I didn't know that Mumkeys and Noodles know each other. That's interesting. That's interesting. I did not know that. It's very cute. It's very cute. I didn't expect that overlap between. Oh, you're both Abigail mods. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I just didn't expect the overlap between one of the most committed retro streamers I know and the person who remains the most calm when playing when playing War Thunder out of anybody I've ever met. Oh, that's very nice, Mura. That's very nice. And it's the seal. It's the seal. So Alex, hello Alex. Hello Alex. Can I is my shout outs still on cooldown? Are they on cooldown again, or are the cooldowns separately tracked? Must wait 6 seconds. Dang it. Alex is super cool, and Alex there we go. First of all, guess what, Alex? Guess what people already asked me before we even got to the actual Q&A? They asked me an extremely funny question before we got to the actual Q&A. And it is one that you might be able to figure. There's one that you know the answer to. They asked me if I play Warframe. Somebody asked me in this chat. One of my regulars asked me if I play Warframe. Oh, was it not rendering properly? It's not rendering properly. Let's refresh that. Oh, no, that's a problem. There we go. Yeah, they asked me if I play Warframe. So, a little bit of casual Warframe. That's right, Safer Q. That is right, Safer Q. And also, hello and welcome in. Yeah, just a few hours. I mean, just a few hours of Warframe every day after work for like 5 years or something. It's a game that is very good for my ADHD. For like my degree of ADHD, Warframe is a very wonderful, nice level of I can just zone out and have a nice conversation with a friend. That's what I like it for. I can zone out and have a nice little conversation with a friend. And it's just nice. It is such an ADHD game. It is such an ADHD game. Those particle effects they're gonna kill you. They're gonna kill you. It's just chatting with attitude. It's a fun game. I've always really appreciated that the lead developer of the game. I honestly think part of I honestly think part of Warframe's enduring appeal is because the lead designer isn't actually a gamer. Steve DE does not actually care about games very much. He is not there to make a video game. He is there to optimize graphics cards. He is there to optimize shaders, and like you can watch interviews with him where they like ask him questions about the game, and he's just like, yeah, and then like somebody asks him about like how you might save like a change that they made to shaders or something like that, and his eyes just light up instantly, and he just goes just 0 to 100. It's so funny. It's so funny. He loves optimization so much. Yeah, that's true. That's true. He's no longer the main lead. That's true. So Space, I grabbed the questions and put them in a secondary spreadsheet right before stream. I might grab more of them from there, but currently there are 121 questions. I'm not going to finish 121 questions. So, yeah. So, I don't know. I don't have a way. Yeah, I'm not going to get through that. I might roll some over to a future Q&A stream. I don't know if I'd want to do it next week or like maybe the week after. We'll see. I'll keep it around for a rainy day. I'll keep it around for a rainy day. Yeah, 121. Yeah. And most of them came in fairly late. Most of them came in pretty late. So I'm planning on answering the first couple and then using an RNG to determine which one's after that, because I feel like the early bird gets the worm, but also I want to keep it moving. I want to keep there to be some variety, because I think people submitted them in clusters. I think there are some people who submitted like 5 or 10 or more in a row, and so I don't want to just keep on, just to keep the voice of the questions different. I'm going to randomize it a little bit, but the first couple questions are probably going to be largely the same. But yeah, Ruinous asked what my favorite frame is. My most played frame by far is Trinity, but that's an artifact of pre-Second Dream Warframe. Before the Second Dream patch came out, Trinity was a impossibly more powerful frame than she has been since then. An impossibly more powerful frame than she is in the current status, which is good. She was not, it was not a good situation. I do still think that she's one of my favorite looking frames, specifically Trinity Prime. I think Trinity Prime is one of the coolest looking frames in the game, but base Trinity, non-Prime Trinity, is still my most played, and Trinity Prime is my second most played. However, Second Dream came out a long time ago. I don't play Trinity very much anymore. I think my favorite is probably Gara. It's probably Gara. I really like Gara. I like Titania. A cow. Trinity doesn't look like a cow. Trinity looks like a lobster. Trinity is the lobster frame. Revenant. Yeah, Revenant. Those came out around the same time. Gara and Revenant. Oh, the meme for me. That's a different meme than the one I'm used to. I'm used to the meme being that she's a lobster. She's lobster. She's lobster ass. I think the lobster ass looks cool as hell. I think it looks sick. I think it's based. I like Atlas a lot. I have played a lot of Saren. Spinning with Revenant's peak gaming. Yeah, I like my frames to be kind of complicated. I haven't played Inaros since they updated him, so I don't know what he like post rework. Oh, I really like Mirage. I really like Mirage because my favorite weapon in the game is Penta. I love Penta. I love Penta. And so playing Penta and firing 3 grenades instead of 1 grenade, or rather, strictly speaking, let me see. So it's 3 grenades times 1.7, so 5 grenades. Firing 5 grenades at a time is so cool. I love it. I love it. Well, the good news, Kairu, is that Excalibur is extremely good. Excalibur rules. Excalibur owns. Excalibur's fun. I've got some gimmicky Excalibur builds. Okay. I will have to check it out later more. I don't tend to check my Discord while I'm streaming. And yeah, Ruinous. Again, I have very bad ADHD. At least half of that was fishing, of course. And yeah, Valkyrie's a good choice. I just I haven't played Valkyrie's one that I never got into. I feel like you do eventually have to make decisions about what you get into or not, and the tank frames have never been high choices for me. I never really liked Rhino. I never really liked Valk. I never liked Inaros. It was always a problem I kind of had. I kind of like the more mage frames. The more mage frames. I like New Ember. I played Old Ember a lot, but she was just efficient. She wasn't good. She wasn't fun. I do like New Ember a lot. Of course, Mura. Of course, Mura. Screen size of a fish. What I'm hearing, Kairu, is that you didn't catch any boots. That's what I'm hearing you say right there. Is that you didn't catch any boots. Mura, it's like every third sentence you say is saying that you're gay. Like, come on. You say it so much. It would be rude of me if I didn't notice. That would be me being a jerk. That would be me being a jerk to not notice. Okay. Okay. I'm doing a little bit of a fish mouth today. What is the deal with that? Doing a little mouth breathing today, which is annoying because I don't mouth breathe in real life. Well, let's see if that helps. Let's see if that helps. Okay. Almost as gay as the average JoJo. All right. Yes, it is Pride. It is Pride. Thank you, Space. Thank you, Space. Thank you, Space. Thank you, Space. But yeah, we've got a lot of questions, and I've been answering questions about a game that I haven't played on stream in like 9 months. I've played on other people's streams. I've played on Alex's stream, but I've not played on this channel in like 9 months, maybe a year, probably closer to a year. I found it hard to stream. I'm grateful that Alex lets me be on her stream and playing Warframe with her, but on my own side, I find it hard to talk and play Warframe and like read chat. I find it tough to be the chatty old man that I want to be while I'm playing Warframe. But if somebody else is handling chat, then that's nice. You know, that's pretty good. Yeah. All right. So, are folks ready for some questions? Oh, is the mic dying? Okay. Kairu is not ready for questions. A shame. And let's... there we go. Okay. Let's see about this one. Okay, so I made a cute little format for this one. So first of all, let me get a little bit out of the way. And here's where our questions are going to go. So this was the first question that somebody asked. I swear to God, are you guys ready for the first question somebody asked? Like, this was within an hour of me opening up the poll. Mura's gonna hate this one in particular. So I think this was within an hour of me making the poll, of me making the website. Yeah, someone was very eager. Yep, this is the first thing somebody decided to ask me. Yes, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. I'm partially the answer is yes. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I mostly want people to ask. I mostly want the only real kind of question I have with this, the only thing that's like at all like a trepidation to me, is that I want I wanted to retain the kind of general vibe, which so far all of the fan artists have done, but if somebody it's really just important to me that it keeps the general vibe. I would be more bothered by like a super violent fan art of me, or like one where I'm like being cruel or something like that, than I am by one that's like sexualized or not safe for work. Those are fine. That's fine. That's fine. But if it's something that makes me seem like a real dingus that hurts people, that would be kind of upsetting. That would bother me. But I don't know how to put that on any of the, like, what type of fan art are you comfortable with things. I don't know how to put it on those. So I haven't filled out any of those forms. I haven't filled out any of those forms for that reason. Mura, that's a good point. That's a good point. This is partially a failure of articulation, right? This is a failure of articulation and of language, and I could just make it myself. Also, Vex, thank you for the bits and for the giant emote. I only now noticed that your noted emote has like a little tiger eraser on the end of it. That's very cute. That's very, very cute. She looks so serious while noting down that that Vex is now allowed to make NSFW of me. So I'm just gonna do the first. That was number one. That was question number one. I'm probably going to go through. I'm going to do the second one, and then I'm going to start skipping around. I'm going to do the second one, and then I'm going to start skipping around. So this one's a little bit long. Let's see if it renders properly. It does not render properly, so that means that I get to use something cute. So hello, Mr. Montas. Congratulations on your debut. I'm a new viewer and mostly a VOD watcher because of time zone. Oh, there we go. Let's speed it up a little bit. Let's scrub forward. I think this is a cute thing. Because of oh, nope. Didn't do what I wanted it to do. Because of time zone. Let's do it this way. Differences, but glad you can finally officially debut. As for my question, here it goes. I'm a grad student in the middle of their study and is aiming to become a professor as well. However, lately it's been hard and I'm losing my motivation. Cry face. Giving up and getting a normal desk job sounds more enticing as the days go on. Do you have any tips for me? I feel like I'm almost there, but it's been exhausting lately. Also, I hope you have a great day, evening, night ahead. Hello, Mama Ubume. I mean, Mama Ubume, have I ever said that you didn't get me anything? Have I ever said that? I think you've been very kind. Also, Mama Ubume, you missed the question that I think you would probably be the most interested in. Hello, Alpine. Hello, Alpine and Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Alpine. Hello, Alpine. Good lifts. Hello, iPop. Hello, Amethyst Frost. Hello, Alpine Albench. Hello, Diamondus. Hello, hello, hello. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber. Hello, Gobkibus. Hello, Patry Pitari. Hello, Fluffy. Hello, Ray Rosenfeld. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for the follow, Sir Shabby, Ray Rosenfeld, Patry. Yes, me and Ubume are friends. Me and Ubume are friends. I hope that you, and hello, Sir Shabby. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Let's do good lifts. How was the hello? Thank you for the follow, Wolfie. Let me put the Q&A source away, or at least put alerts above it. Alerts go above. No, alerts above, not inside. Alerts on top. There we go. There we go. You made Alpin do lifts, squats, and lifts. Excellent, excellent. How was your stream good, Alpine? By your consideration, or was it just good by the consideration of people who wanted to torment you with squats and lifts? I can say hello, Crane. Welcome in. Welcome in. We met on your live 2D first stream. Yes, I did. Yes, I heard that you've got the fitness thing going on over my affiliate and stuff. Excellent. Oh, that's what Ubume was referring to. He did a tier list of animals he could take in a fight. Excellent. What was the strongest animal you could take in a fight? What was your most controversial? What was your most controversial pick? That's what I'm kind of curious about. But yes, well, Alpine thinks about that. I am Almantas. I am a former professor, a current VTuber, and I am an old man who loves old things. I'm an old man. I love old things, and I'm just happy to be here. This week was my first week on Live 2D. This was my first week on Live 2D, and I've been on PNG before then, so I've been enjoying the mobility and the expressiveness. And today I'm answering viewer questions. You actually came in quite early into the stream. It's 45 minutes in, but I am very good at taking up lots of time. I'm very good at taking up lots of time, and the first question was just somebody asking if they are allowed to make NSFW fan art of me, and they are. You're allowed. That's fine. I'm comfortable with that. That is fine. He's one of my oldest friends, although I met just a few weeks ago. Nice, Ubume. Nice. No, Ubume is great. Ubume is great. Ubume is wonderful. She's been very kind. And thank you for Alpine for sharing your community with us. I do understand your stance about the octopus. I feel like the question with the octopus is, first of all, there's a lot of types of octopus. Like I think you could take on a blue ring octopus, but like the blue ring octopus also takes you on, right? Thank you for the follow, Diamondisis. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely, Alpine. Yeah, exactly. iPop gets it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, the fighting is weak to poison. Mura, that was not a horny thing. That was the fact that a blue ring octopus will absolutely kill you. It was like actively drowning you. Well, and the thing, Alpine, is like you have to ask about the environment. No, blue ring octos will absolutely kill you. Blue ring octos will absolutely kill you. There's no question about it. There is no question about it. And there's no way you'll survive a blue ring octopus sting. Just no way. Extremely poisonous. Sir Shabby does propose a good technique. Well, I mean, Sir Shabby proposes a technique that is going to be successful against a lot of animals. It's really going to remove a lot of the competition of just like, just wait. Like that's going to be pretty powerful. Humans have a very long life expectancy. That's a pretty powerful one. Yeah, Shabby's is a thinker here. Shabby is a thinker here. You know, there's like how my grandma gets got me. I do think that in like a fist fight kind of situation, well, I don't know how strong and how good at fighting Alpine is. I don't know how good Alpine is at fighting. I can say that if I were placed in a context where I was in very close contact with an angry emu or cassowary, I would just want to get out. I would just want to get out. I would just really want to. I would just try to disengage, because I'm a weenie and I have survived this long mostly by not fighting. Mostly by not fighting. And hello, Domat Dao. Hello, Domat Dao. And see, this has now turned into part of my Q&A. I've spent the majority of my Q&A answering questions that were not part of the anonymous questions that I gave that people filled out. I still haven't answered this one. This questioner, this was the second question I got. The first question was if I am okay with NSFW, and I am. Yes, please pin it. Please pin it. Thank you, Space, the real pro streamer here. Space is the real pro streamer here. And what is going on with something weird here? Okay, let's see if this works better. Okay, let's see if this works better. My mouth has been weird today. Won't feature teacher, student, or anything gross. I'm grateful for that, Obume. I'm grateful for that. That would be nice. We can talk about it later. We can talk about it later. But you know, hammer out the details. But I do not. Teacher X student is pretty gross to me. As a former teacher, I do have your DMs. DM me about it now. I won't check my Discord while I'm streaming, but it will remind me. I'll look at the little red. I'll look at the little red line, and that I might remember. That'll really increase the chances. There. But yes. Yes. So this person, Whiplash here. I have a person who asked a question about finishing graduate school and becoming a professor. I am on the record repeatedly with my advice of don't go into academia. This is a very American piece of advice. American academia. Oh, that's a good point, Space. I don't know that I really want to. Especially as there's no way I'm going to get through all of them. We are 15 minutes in, and we're still on question 2 of 120. So, and I don't want to do any of them fast, because what's the point in that? What's the point of doing the questions too fast? So this person has been, I got 121 questions before I started stream. I might have gotten more since I started stream, but it's a lot. So this person was asking, should they keep going to graduate school? And I'm going to say that it depends quite a bit on where you are in your graduate school. If you've finished your quals and you're working on your thesis, and your thesis is like even kind of going somewhere, then I would say just finish it. My graduate degree actually helped me get a comfy office job at a much higher pay rate than I would have otherwise. It would have been much harder for me to get some of the jobs I had after I left academia if I didn't have that graduate degree. So I think it's worth finishing up the degree, even if you don't end up going into academia. I will say that there's a very good book about leaving academia. And it's a very American book. I will say that. If you are not an American, this is a very different context. But there's a very good book called The Professor Is In that is about post-academic careers. And in particular, it's very helpful for conceptualizing how the skills you learned in graduate school are actually very useful for companies outside of academia. Like private companies actually do like a lot of the stuff you do in graduate school that graduate students and academics think everyone does, and it turns out they don't. Completing a PhD is a very monumental task, and it is something that you should cast and sell and repackage and argue is a monumental task. That you completed a self-directed, large-scale, independent project. That's actually a very good selling point, that you completed something that takes people years and that quite a few people fail at and that most people never even get the chance to get started on. That's worth bragging about and putting on your resume to get you out of academia and into the private sector. And yes, Mamu Bume, obviously I am participating in that romanticization of academia by dressing the way I am and talking the way I do, which is why I'm always so emphatic that the version of academia I'm doing, where I'm a cartoon on the internet, is much better than actually being an academic in flesh and blood. This is a much better form. Being an academic on Twitch is much better. It is a much better form of being an academic than being an academic in a university. And yes, Daya, one of my non-academics jobs, it was I did like jobs counseling. And I had to. There would be a periodic thing where I would have to speak for 16 hours straight. I would get one break for lunch in 16 hours. So talking for long periods of time, pretty used to it. Yeah. Space is being very nice. Space is very nice. Space is being very nice. And don't doubt it's because somebody had to run orientations, and it was me. I was the one who was running orientations because of all the people in the organization I was in, I was the best public speaker. I was the best public speaker. I was the one who you couldn't get to shut up, even if you tried. And also I was, at the time, I was the new guy, and this was seen as an unpleasant task by a lot of the older workers. And I didn't mind it. But I got kind of volunteered because I was the new guy on the block, and so I got that. And yes, thank you, Dai. Honestly, my joke about VTubing is that I came into VTubing because I wanted to cut out the middleman on a lot of other stuff I was doing. I do not have enough time to really get into another question before the ad break. So if people don't mind, I'm going to take a I'm going to take a quick break, and yeah, the ads are coming. The ads are coming. I hope you all enjoy the fan art gallery. A lot of people have made some very gorgeous fan art of me over the months. Over the months, people have made some very beautiful fan art of me. And so I hope you enjoy it, and I will take the ad break for the moment. So I will be back in a few minutes. And I'm back. Whoop, wrong one. There we go. That's the right one. That's the right one. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you all had a nice little stretch there. Some of that, I like to give people a little bit of a chance to see some of the fan art, and that last one was by Space. Space is wonderful. And hello, WannaTurd674. Hello, hello, hello. What are those lick emotes from? Oh, Foofy and Iris. Ah, yes, Iris, of course. I think it's really good fan art. It's like, yes, you're right, Mamo Bume. It's like a little free museum. I love it very much. Yeah, it's very good fan art. Yeah, it's always so flattering. It's always so flattering. The first time I got like somebody just doing very spontaneous fan art of me that didn't really know me felt insane. Felt completely insane. I still am really humbled by it. I'm still really humbled by it. So shabby, that's you get the cool S. Let's keep on going. Let's keep on going. This was question number 63. What are the things that would be much better if you could change its color? Just purely changing the color of something. Okay, you know what? You know what? People, I don't think this was expected to be an angry question, but this one's getting the angry answer. My desk is an absolute rat's nest of black cables. I just want like half or more of my peripherals to be any other color. Just anything. I'm not even particularly picky about which particular color. They could be pretty nasty colors. I would like it if they were nice colors. I would like it if it was some nice purples and oranges and stuff like that. But it could be the nastiest puke green, just as long as they're not all black all the time. It's just so hard to tell where things are in and amongst the cable management on my desk. Well, it's like I can't really replace the cable on my webcam. Right, the webcam that I'm using for tracking, it's just a black cable. I can't like take it out and replace it. I've put a label on it. I've got the kanji cow on there to connect it to the webcam, but this is irritating. Oh, it's irritating to figure out what's what. I'm grateful that my headphones and my mouse are white, and they're also different thicknesses. My headphone cables are very thin, and my mouse's cable is quite thick. I'm grateful. I do have them tagged Emperor's Armpits, but it means that when they get like caught in a tangle in the middle, it's just kind of like a weird black knot. It's just kind of a weird black knot. And again, I think this was supposed to be a nice, cute, fun one where I would say like, oh, it'd be so nice if such and such was purple, but like, oh yeah, no, it's dreadful. It's dreadful. It's just inconvenient. It's just plain inconvenient. I don't know why this is what we decided on. The only thing I can think of is maybe getting a bunch of colored electrical tape. But something in my mind revolts against using electrical tape so wastefully because it's usually kind of expensive. Okay, I know exactly what is revolting in my mind. I acting like it's a mystery. No, it's it's my obsessive compulsive personality disorder. It's an actual it's me being insane. Hello, Jodiana. Hello, Jodiana. Welcome in. Welcome in. But yeah, or is it Jody Anna? Is it Jody Anna 83? Either one. But yeah, it's crazy making. It is absolutely crazy making. It is absolutely crazy making. And so, God, sorry, that one gets me. That one gets me. So please, I just want some purple and pink and electric blue cables for my external hard drive, for my USB hubs, for my webcams. Just give me some more colors. Just give me some more colors. I think if even like it was just like 1 out of 3. If it was just like 1 out of 3 of them had some weird color that none of the others have, my life would be a lot easier. My life would be a lot easier. So yeah, that's a radical improvement right there. Next up is 37. 37 is asking a really hard question. This is question 37. Ooh, elegant washi tape. That would be nice. That would be nice. That would be nice. That would be nice. Although, of course, as mentioned, I'm very cheap. I'm very, very cheap. This is, I think this would be a really, really rough question if you had asked me even a year or two ago. If you'd asked me even a year or two ago, I would have had a tough time with this one. But the truth of the matter is that now, yeah, unambiguously, absolutely, I absolutely do enjoy the person I am becoming. I absolutely do enjoy the person I am becoming. It's very easy for me to say that. I really, it's the joke that me and Kari make all the time is like, the most important thing to do once you get into your 30s or older is to become a cartoon on the internet. Is to become anime online. That is the most important thing you can be doing. Yeah, I spent a lot of the last several years of my life not happy with who I was and who I was becoming and all of that. And yeah, exactly, Alpin, exactly, Crane. Yeah, like, just, I think I spent a lot of time in my life pretending that I was not at all into performing. That I speak some Japanese. My Japanese is pretty bad right now. 少しだけど。私の日本語は上手じゃないって言うよ。上手じゃないって。大変だね。I say it for 6 years. But I'm restudying it. I'm restudying it again, and I'm learning it again. Sorry, space as well. And Crane, you can put that in the books. If you'd put that in the books channel on my Discord, I'd actually appreciate that. That sounds good. But yeah, I don't use Duolingo. Also Searchevich. But yeah, I use Anki. And Crane, thank you for the follow. I do like who I'm becoming as an old man. I do like it. I like, and one of those things that I say fairly frequently, this is a bit of a reassuring thing for you younger folks here in the crowd, is that the best birthday I had was turning 30. No question about it. Turning 30 was an enormous improvement in my life. Not everything after I was 30 was necessarily good, but there was placed on me very much an expectation for a lot of my life that I would be somebody incredible. I do have a throne, but I haven't made that link yet. Let me grab the throne link. Let me grab my throne. I do have a throne. I just haven't made the command for it yet. But yeah, I do have a throne. Yeah, no, there was this expectation that was placed on me because I was a bit of an overachieving student. I was a bit of an overachieving student and an athlete and charismatic. There was this expectation that I would be, that like it would be disappointing if I became president of the United States. Like that was the way that some people talked to me. And that stopped once I turned 30. Once I turned 30, I was just a guy. And before then it felt like my opinions about what I wanted out of life didn't matter. And after that, it seems possible. relieve being young. I start your elder arc. Yeah, no, that's Jody has it correctly. Jody has it exactly correct. Jody has it exactly correct. There was people before I was 30. People saw me as my potential. After I've been 30, people saw me as a human, and that's a lot better. It's a lot better to be a person than to be a potential person. It's much better. It's a much better experience. So yeah, I highly recommend getting older. I highly recommend getting older. I highly recommend it. I know they joke that it beats the alternative, but it's actually just good. It's actually just good. It's actually just good. And there's all these things that people said would stop once I got older that just haven't. That just hasn't stopped. I'm actually more athletic than I was for most of my 20s at this point. Than I was when I was younger. Other than when I was like, actually, I think my actual personal best time for my 5K time, I think was actually set last year. I think it was actually set last year. And actually, Sir Shabby, I haven't really. I only kind of watched. I haven't watched that much King of the Hill. Exactly, Jody. Exactly, Jody. It's so much less stressful. But yeah, my PR for my best time for the 5K is like 24 minutes. I think I said it last year. I've fallen off a bit on it. My running's a little bit more irregular now, but yeah, I again like people tell you all sorts of things about what's going to happen to you when you get older, and a lot of them are not necessarily going to happen. A lot of the things that people think about when they think about what their life was like getting older were pretty specific to them. They were pretty specific to them. And I know that there are people for whom getting older has not been as pleasant as it has been for me. But my youth was very unpleasant in quite a few ways, and not in rational or romantic ways. So I just feel like I'm a much more complete, whole, and reasonable person. Yeah, exactly, Ubume. Exactly, Ubume. And Ubume is a ghost, so she's like super old. She's like turbo old. So that's, you know, but yes, that was 37. And also, Ubume, thank you for the notice to make a throne command. When during the next ad break. I'll try to remember that. Let me write that down so I don't forget. And let's get another question. That one was relatively quick and easy for me. I just linked it. I just linked it a few seconds ago. Space, if you have the option, I don't think you have access to editing commands, but if you did, I would ask you to do that right now. Put in my mods to work. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. I like this one. I like this one. I like this one. Do you ever experience deja vu? All the time. All the time. All the time. To an extent that it was making me paranoid for a while. To the extent that I was like, do I have like future vision or something like that? Like, I was like losing my mind. I was like, we've had this conversation before, right? And I think the truth of the matter is that my memory is just so bad that the sense of recognizing things, just like that emotional feeling of recognizing things that you get when you have deja vu, is just completely scrambled. It's not as bad as it was when I was younger. I remember when I was in my 20s, and like I was like I feel like I've repeated this entire week before. Hello, Carmelo. Hello, Carmelo. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, yeah, I experience deja vu all the frigging time. It's, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It is so annoying. Also highly linked to insomnia. That makes sense. That makes sense, Mora. That makes sense, Mora. It makes perfect sense to me that sleep deprivation would create the sense that, because that was specifically how it tended to manifest, was like, I thought I had a dream where we had this conversation. I feel like I had a dream that predicted this entire week. I feel like I'm living out something that I already had a dream about. Yeah, my insomnia is terrible. My insomnia is terrible. I am not the sleepy boy. I am many types of person, but sleepy, I'm not one of the sleepy ones. This is a good one. This is a good one. Very simple, but very good. I like this one. I like this one. Let me make sure that I note down that I answered it. And 66. Have you ever experienced something otherworldly or supernatural? I would say no. I would say no. My experience, I've experienced things that are weird. I have experienced some things that most people, I think, do not experience. Yeah, but aren't ghosts natural? Aren't ghosts the natural phenomena? Aren't ghosts the natural phenomena, Ubume? This is the problem with me. This is the problem with me. Is it's just like, yeah, that seems natural to me. That seems natural to me. I've just never. And it was a problem for me being when I grew up in a religious family, and it was always a problem for me with being religious. It was always a problem for me with religion. I just felt like I wasn't having any kind of experiences that were like that. I feel like all of the experiences I've had are explainable in the natural world. Not necessarily that we know the explanation, but nothing that I've felt truly defied the natural order of things. The closest I get to that is talking to people who don't believe in applying scientific standards. That's the closest I get to anything that feels supernatural to me, is watching people be just incredibly persistent in their commitment to the bit. That one does kind of sometimes get me. All right, let's grab another one. Hold on, I'm gonna let's go with this most recent one. I'm gonna grab one of the early ones. I'm just gonna deliberately grab one of the early ones on purpose. I'm just gonna deliberately grab one of the early ones on purpose after that one. But this is 53. 53. So this is an interesting one to me. This is something I think about all the time. Do you prefer to plan things in advance or be spontaneous? Also, just acknowledging Mura, ouch. But I get where you're coming from. Do I prefer to plan things in advance or be spontaneous? So here's the thing. I do prefer to plan things in advance. I really do. I do prefer to, I like making plans. I like making plans. I like thinking about things in advance. If I have downtime where I'm just chilling out, I am making plans. I am making plans. The thing is that I'm not very good at it. Almost all of my plans implode and collapse basically instantaneously. And all of the evidence I've gotten from my life is that I am much more capable and competent when, instead of having a blueprint for what I'm doing, I instead have a framework that I improvise within. I am almost always better at that. This is why I'm on Twitch, right? This is why I'm on Twitch. This is why I do these streams like this, because people tell me I should make just like really planned lectures because I've got a lot of like historical knowledge and whatnot, and I get where they're coming from, but I think I'm much more interesting and much more entertaining when I keep it loose. I think that the looser version of Almantas, who is responding to chats, who is back and forthing with people, who is managing a community server, I think I am better at that. And just an aside, Mura, I've DM'd a lot. I've DM'd a lot, and this is actually a case in point. The systems that I have done best at DMing have been systems that don't require a lot of planning. Mamo Bume, not wrong. Not wrong. But the yeah, also Mura is a pretty asexual lesbian, so a pretty asexual homo romantic asexual as far as I can tell. But yes, when I DM'd, what I found was that my players tended to completely derail all of my actual plans. And if I had anything other than if I had anything other than just like the loosest idea of what I wanted to do with a session, I think I tended to choke and founder, and I tend to get nowhere with it. My best DMing was very, very open. Wandersong was almost certainly the best campaign I ran, and all I really did there was ask players questions. That's kind of all I did. I did very little, like, my DMing there was very limited. I haven't gotten the chance to run Blades in the dark, but I think I would be good at running Blades. I've liked running Apocalypse World, but running games like D&D or World of Darkness games where there's a lot more planning, I think I did a lot worse. Lancer was particularly frustrating to me. Because I love Lancer. And I was like the one person in my D&D group that really wanted to play Lancer. And I was really excited for Lancer. And Lancer, yeah, World of Darkness expects you to do a lot of planning. Mura, that's a relatively planning heavy one. If you think World of Darkness doesn't require planning, you should take a look at Wandersong or Apocalypse World. Those are systems that reward you for not planning. Yeah, D&D requires more, but I'm comparing it to like Fiasco. I'm comparing it to Blades in the Dark, or Runners in the Shadows. I'm comparing it to the Wicked Ones. There is so much more planning in World of Darkness. There's so much more planning in World of Darkness. But yeah, Fate requires a lot more than Fate requires a fair amount, actually. I've run Fate a few times. Fiasco requires like nothing. Fiasco's great. Fiasco rules. I tend to play very, as you may have guessed, I like improvisational systems. I like improv heavy systems because I feel like my preparation time gets wasted a lot. I feel like and of course, you know, this is like I said, this is the joke. I like making the plans, but I'm much better at improv. And the a really good example of how funny this is I really like Zachtronics games. I really like Zachtronics games. I kind of never really planned on playing something like Space Chem on stream, but I might do it next week just because I keep on talking about it this debut. They're unreadable. They're utterly inscrutable games. They're terrible for streaming. Terrible stream games. But I might do it anyway. Hello, Mullern. Hello, Mullern. Welcome in. Welcome in. But I love making the plans. I love making a little clockwork machine that I can then like set down and let it run, and it runs without my input. That's something I love. That's something I love. I've thought non-trivially about learning like watchmaking like on stream. I've thought quite a bit about it. I think about it a lot because I think it would play into a lot of the things that I like and am good at. I think I would enjoy that a lot. Am I back? Okay, good. Yes, just to clarify for people, and hello, Brownie Bazooka. Hello. Yes, just to clarify for anybody who's at all confused about this, it appears that there is a faulty capacitor in my XLR interface, which is annoying and probably repairable, but that seems to be what's going on. It seems to be some sort of faulty capacitor, because if I unplug it for 5 to 10 seconds and replug it back in from the power level, that seems to fix it. So it seems to be the interface. It doesn't seem to be the microphone. And so, yeah, that's why as soon as something went wrong, Space said mic check. So because Space knows that I'm very, that it's not intentional, that is not me doing a bit. So apologies. Wonderful thing to happen during debut week, right? Wonderful way to start off my live 2D career. It's with a faulty electrical component. But yeah, there we go. But yeah, I like planning things in advance. I am better at being spontaneous. That's good. That's good to know, Crane. I am using a Shure one that came with the mic, because I'm using a Shure SM58, which is a weird choice, but deal with it. So let's go for one of the early ones, because the early ones, so let's go with this one. What chicken nugget brand is your favorite frozen and why? Oh, toggle coat. There we go. Ha. Did I even do that? Who did that? I must have hit that by... I didn't automate that. Oh, thank you, Vex. Thank you, Vex, for stripping me. And yeah. So this is a funny one. So, unambiguous. So my favorite chicken nugget brand, frozen chicken nugget brand, it's definitely Gardein. It's Gardein. It's Gardein. No question in terms of the best quality. Gardein is the best quality one. if price is a significant factor and you're a total cheapskate like me, the Amazon Fresh brand is perfectly acceptable. That one's perfectly good. But there's really only like 5 or 6 brands I actually am going to look at. It's going to be like Gardein, Amazon Fresh, as mentioned, because they make everything and they're probably stealing it from somebody. Morningstar, Beyond, and Impossible. And Tofurky might make chicken nuggets, but I've never seen them. Tofurky has realized over the last decade that where they are good is their cold cuts, and they're just doing the cold cuts, which is extremely reasonable because the cold cuts they do. Oh, is that clear? Was that clear? Am I good now? Okay. Thank you. Okay, where was I? There's really only like a few brands of chicken nuggets that I'm going to give that I'm going to ever eat. And it's going to be, Gardein, Impossible, Beyond, Amazon Fresh, and Morningstar. And Guardian's the best. It's for pretty much any frozen vegan food. Gardein is basically always going to be the best. I don't know what they're doing over there. I don't know what the Gardeniacs are doing, but they're really, really a cut above the others. Morningstar's fine, Beyond's fine. I actually consider Impossible to be kind of the weakest one. Tofurky, like I said, they're good at the cold cuts, but they're not as good at other parts, and so they seem to have largely seeded the field on like bigger frozen food items to Gardein and Morningstar, and they're wizards over there at Gardein. So yeah, the best chicken nuggets. No, not really a hard one. In terms of fast food, I haven't eaten fast food in like 3 years. They are all vegan brands, Crane. That's true. They are all vegan brands. There's a reason for that. There's a reason that I only listed vegan brands for chicken nuggets. I've been vegan for like 12 years. So if you ask me food questions, you're going to get vegan answers. Fast food, I just haven't eaten fast food in a long time. I pretty much don't eat at restaurants anymore. The only fast food place that's reliably vegan in the US is Taco Bell. And I pretty much only ever had them because I was like on a road trip or something and I ran out of food. So yeah. Yeah. So I don't have any real opinions about fast food chicken nuggets. It was always Taco Bell. Yep, always Taco Bell. Yeah. Other companies have dabbled in it a little bit, but usually they do it really half-assed. So yeah, it's Taco Bell. Because Taco Bell's the cheapest. And that's kind of how you get vegan food, is by being extremely cheap. There's cheap and then there's vegan cheap. I haven't even seen a Red Robin in over a decade. Yeah, I haven't seen a Red Robin in a very long time. They're not I don't think there's any of them east of Pennsylvania, and even then, it might not even be in Pennsylvania. It might really not get east of like Ohio. but they're not an East Coast chain. I thought they weren't fast food. I thought Red Robin is Red Robin fast food. I thought Red Robin was like fast casual, like Applebee's. I haven't eaten one in like 15, 20 years or something like that. Yeah, they're fast casual. I was thinking like McDonald's tier. And like I haven't eaten at a McDonald's in a long time. I haven't even seen a Burger King in years. I live in New York, right? And the New York business environment is weird. Oh, 100% vegan Burger King here. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I know that their Burger King like was kind of infamous for having a vegan burger, but they put it on a non-vegan bun, which was just like goofy. Just really goofy. Just really, really goofy. I'm gonna let's go for another one. 35. I will say, Nando, that is a well-known thing, that for some reason Americans only export we export the best versions of our fast food and the worst versions of our beer. I don't quite get it. I don't quite get why we don't export our good beer and why the export versions of Burger King and McDonald's are like 200% higher quality than in the US. I don't quite get it. Oh, there's fantastic American beer. Nando, there's fantastic American beer. We just do not export it. We just do not export it. You can have a legitimate month-long vacation that is nothing but visiting breweries in Michigan, and you will have a phenomenal month. You will have an amazing month if all you do is just drive to breweries in the state of Michigan, and that's just Michigan. Michigan's probably the highest quality to population ratio because it's hard, because New York and California kind of dominate. But yeah, no, America has great beer. We have fantastic beer. We just don't export it, and I don't get it. I am very confused. I am very confused. Yeah, it's baffling. It is baffling. Yeah, the Two-Hearted Ale is one of the best super bitter beers you're going to find on the planet. The Founders Porter is like the best porter I've had, period, anywhere. The Founders Porter is insane. The gap between the Founders Porter and the next best porter I've ever had is like the gap between a really good German beer and a Budweiser. It's ridiculous how good that beer is. Sorry, I'm off track. What nervous habits do you keep? Nail biting, fidgeting, etc. Okay, so one of those things that people may have noticed here. Hold on a second. I'm gonna test something here. We're going to go over to live. I'm deliberately breaking. That's deliberately broken for a reason. That's deliberately broken for a reason. Oh wait, hold on. I see what's going on. Gotta do a little bit. But I'm doing that on purpose. It is so that I don't accidentally face expose myself. There we go. So this is about as long as my nails get, right? If my nails get longer than this, I actually probably will clip them today. I will bite them. Hello, Chufan. We were doing Q&A, and I was just asked if I have nervous habits. Oh, I just noticed my cuticles. Oof. Okay, let's go back to chatting. Is my tracking back? There it is. Tracking is back. Okay, so I don't Thank you, Carmelo. Thank you, Carmelo. It's not that I bite my fingernails when I get nervous, but I will bite them when they get long because they feel weird. And I don't feel like I fidget, but I don't feel like it's when I'm nervous. I feel like it's when I have to stay still and I want to move. So it feels different. It's okay, Chufan. It's okay, Chufan. It's wonderful to see you. It's always good to have you here. It's always good to have you here. But yeah, I think my main nervous habit that I do when I'm actually nervous is like I do the dishes. I do that. I tend to do the dishes when I get nervous. That's like a big one. I tend to do the dishes and I tend to pace. I do tend to pace. I do tend to pace a lot. But yeah, I like I said, I bite my nails, but not when I'm nervous, but just when they're like too long. When like I get like too long and it annoys me. I'm just like, get these things short. So yeah, I found that I was a nail biter when I was little, and then once I figured out that if I keep them short, everything's fine. I've kept them really short ever since. You know, turns out easy fix. Turns out easy fix. It was not. It was just an easy mechanical fix. Easy mechanical fix, that one. I'm gonna skip back to the beginning again. I am 75% sure this one was written by Flora. So, you know, thank you, Flora. Do you like pineapple on pizza? Nah. Not really into it. It's not really into it. Because that's a very short answer. My favorite pizza toppings are... Hello, welcome back, Balthazar. My favorite pizza toppings are, by and large, they're going to be spinach and broccoli. Spinach and broccoli are my favorites. Pizza toppings. I like buffalo sauce as a pizza topping. I'm going to look up the menu for the last pizzeria I ate at, which is Screamers in Greenpoint. Let me take a look at. There's a specific. Oh, they changed the website. This is weird. Yeah. The Franklin Ave stop should be fine. Not the white. It's the Screamer that I want. Oh, cool. They added a Reuben pizza. No, not the Screamer. I'm sorry. It was Clean Slide. So they still have Clean Slide on here. Oh, they don't. They took away the Clean Slide. Dang it. I do like the vampire. Garlic oil, pepperoni, caramelized onions, and red onions. But yeah, the Clean Slide I liked a lot. It was a lot of like hot peppers. I do like banana pepper on pizza. I like banana pepper. I like hot pesto. I like artichoke hearts, roasted tomato. I'm sorry, sun-dried tomato. Sun-dried tomato I like as a topping, but broccoli and spinach are my favorites. Pineapple, nah. I don't know, not really into it. Kind of the sweetest thing that I ever want on a pizza is like red bell pepper, and even then sometimes I feel like that's a little bit sweet. I feel like it's a little bit too much sweetness. I kind of prefer green pepper on a pizza to a red pepper. So yeah, not into pineapple on pizza. I apologize to the pineapple on pizza fans. All right, and let's 22. That's an early one. Ooh, this one feels like Kairu. This one feels like a Kairu question. If Kairu Kailovsky is still here, this one feels like you. Pick one curse: soggy biscuits or hard bread for the rest of your life. If you pick neither, you get banana onion soup. For anybody who was not here, the banana onion soup was rough. I thought I could do better. I really thought I could do better. I didn't imagine I could do that bad. I did not imagine I could do as bad as I did on the banana onion soup. Noodle says hard bread easy. Okay, so there are two factors here that are pushing me towards soggy biscuits. And I'm actually leaning towards soggy biscuits for two reasons. The first and less important reason is that I just don't eat biscuits very often. I eat biscuits a lot less often than I eat bread. So not super painful to me to just never have biscuits again. That would not be too much of a loss to me. The other reason is, hello Stressed Owl, wonderful to have you here. The other reason is that at some point I'm not going to have teeth. It's a ways away. I do a pretty good job of taking care of my teeth. There's a real chance that this question will cause me to brush my teeth after stream or like in the middle of the next ad break. There's a very real chance that next ad break I'm going to just go and brush my teeth in the middle as part of the ad break, because I try to take good care of my teeth. And so hard bread would mean that that means putting a time limit on regards to when I will. That means that there will be a point in my life where I give up bread before I die. That'll mean I'll have like a 10, 20, 30 year stretch of my life without bread. Not into that. So to me, this is kind of a question between give up biscuits now for the remainder of my life or give up hard bread for the latter part of my bread. So I think I'm going to take the long-term thinking and accept that I'm just going to be giving up biscuits. Because again, I don't eat biscuits very often. Biscuits are not a major part of my diet. Yeah, exactly, Crane. Exactly, Crane. It is worth saying that my mother loves hard bread. For her birthday, I made her a focaccia, and I linked it on I put up images on Discord and I think on Twitter of it. My mother likes her focaccia, all of her bread. She likes it really tough. She likes hard bread. So the bread I made, like, she loved it. Yeah, this is Kairu. If you give banana onion soup, you'd have the rest of your life to figure out how to make it taste good. That's true. And vexing, I was thinking about that. I can work around that. The question actually then the question is, like, are they soggy for me, or is it like, can I only eat soggy biscuits, or can I only make soggy biscuits? Because it is me giving up eating cookies is something I can kind of live with, but giving up baking cookies for other people, that's a much harder ask. That's much tougher. So that's a bit of an ambiguity here. I thought it was about what you eat, and I can work around giving up cookies more easily than I can work around giving up bread for the latter part of my life. I can work around that better. I can make cakes. I can make pies. I can make cannolis. I can work around it. I can work around it. But bread's a broader category, and it's a harder limit. It's a harder limit. Blastazar does bring up a good point. And actually, that's a question: is pasta soft bread? Is beer soft bread? There's a thinker. Is beer soft bread? Yeah. Well, and I mean, it just says you get banana onion soup, but like banana onion soup for the rest of your life, or just like one serving of it? Because like, okay, hold on. I did just remember that one of the banana onion soups kind of has given me PTSD. So that's and that was just from a couple of bites. So finishing it might actually kill me. That said, if it was a different one of the banana onion soups, the curried banana onion soup, I think I might be able to make work. The curried banana onion soup is maybe a possibility. But I don't know if it's like one serving, or do I have to eat banana onion soup every month, every week, every day? Is it the only thing I'm allowed to eat going forward? There's options here. Yeah, kvass is drink bread. Yeah. But I mostly think I avoiding the hard bread is the big one. Mostly because, again, I don't want to suffer from running out of I don't want to have like a long stretch of my life. And hello, Valis. Just so the other goes away. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting point, Valis. That's an interesting point. Yeah, Balthazar and Valis proposing the two different kind of spectrums of this. Yeah, making biscuits soggy with your presence is a funny one. That is a funny one. I like those kind of useless superpowers. I liked the webcomic Chew for that reason. Chew was a fun webcomic for exactly that reason. That it was like everybody just had these super useless superpowers. Not even super useless. They had these very weird superpowers. You know, the main character, if he ate something, he could remember everything the food experienced. Which is interesting. My ad timer is miscalculated. My ad timer is miscalculated by a little bit. That's okay. That is okay. I'm actually going to run it right now just so that we're on the hour. So I will be back in 3 minutes. Enjoy the fan art. I didn't actually brush my teeth. I didn't actually brush my teeth. I did make a new custom command per Ubume's suggestion. Per Ubume's suggestion. So that's the power of ADHD, baby. That's the power of ADHD. You end up doing stuff like that. But yes, this is not a bad one. This is a cute one. This was a cute one. So let's get another one. 80. That's a late one. It's a late entry. What is your favorite? Okay, let's put it in here. What is your favorite black and white movie? Vex, what are you side-eyeing me for? I don't even understand what you're side-eyeing me for. I don't even understand what you're side-eyeing me for. But what is my favorite black and white movie? So oddly, it might actually be The Cabinet of Cagliostro. It might actually be The Cabinet of Cagliostro. I really liked it. I really enjoyed The Cabinet of Cagliostro. The pacing's weird, right? The pacing is not super good because it's a 1920s movie. Like it's like a 19-teens, it's a 1920s movie. It's old, but it's very experimental, which I always appreciate. And the set design is incredible. Like genuinely, I think it's the best set design I have seen in any movie. Any movie. I am so impressed with the set design in that movie. I am so impressed with it. And I think it is just like the coolest stuff. And so yeah, I think that one's super cool. I thought it was really fun. I don't really understand what the point of it was, to be realistic. But it's the set design's just too good. The set design's just too good. The costume work's just too good. It's got a goofy framing device that barely goes anywhere. The narrator is insane in a weird, fun way. I thought it was super cool. Again, don't know what's going on there, like politically or anything like that. It's a weird movie on that front, but man, was it fun. It was a visual feast. It was a visual feast. Absolutely incredible to watch. Absolutely incredible to watch. So yeah, that's my favorite black and white movie. Let's go with 94. Let's go with 94. Is the ocean soup? Well, what do we mean by soup? What do we mean by soup? I am inclined towards no. My inclination is no, because soups are created on purpose. People, a human being exerts their craftsmanship to create a soup. Soups are artificial. It's not. I wouldn't say it's form. I'd say it's intent. I would say it's an intent question. I would say my issue is intent, not form. I mean, Malern, I'm agreeing with you. I don't think the ocean is soup. Soups are crafted. They are created. They are things that humans exert their will upon. They are arts. They are not nature. The ocean is nature. And humans do things to the ocean? Do humans put things in the ocean? I mean, Blastovar, you worry about the microplastics. You should be worried about the macroplastics in the ocean. I believe it's still 60-something% of all plastics in the ocean are fishing lines alone, which I find interesting. But I feel like the fact that we are not at the level of terraforming where I consider the ocean to be a man-made creation. So I'm not down with it. I'm not down with it. Nah, Emperor's armpits, they just work there. I feel like that's getting, I feel like you're removing the things that are valuable to something being soup, and we're gonna get into stuff like is an office building soup? Is the inside of my mouth soup when I'm drinking a water? Like, is the inside of my mouth, is that a soup? When I take a sip of water, is that have I made soup? Like, nah, not into it. I'm not into it. You know, it can't just be happenstance. It has to be intentional. You have to set out with the intention of making soup. You have to soup is opt-in only. Soup is opt-in only. I'm gonna go back to the beginning. I'm gonna go back to the beginning. Okay. I'm just going to do a little bit of scrolling on this just to make it a little bit easier for people to read it. What was the last book, anime, whatever that made you cry? Fiction only, please. If there are none, any stories that made you overly emotional in other ways? So I don't cry very frequently. I think I've mentioned that before. I'm not a big crier. I'm just not. And the last book that made me cry, there's kind of a bit of a race here, because the last book that really choked me up emotionally was The Vegetarian by Han Kang. But that's just because that's the last book that I've read in its length that's fiction. That's the last piece of fiction that I read at length. But I was reading quotes from The Dispossessed. I haven't reread the entirety of The Dispossessed, but I was reading quotes from The Dispossessed, and The Dispossessed gets me choked up by Ursula Le Guin. The Dispossessed gets me choked up. That one will get me a little bit teary-eyed. God, I love Ursula Le Guin, and that's probably my favorite of hers. That one, or The Tombs of Atuan. The Tombs of Atuan's incredible, but The Tombs of Atuan, Tehanu, and The Dispossessed. But The Dispossessed is the one that's like really stuck in my brain. That's really hard to stop thinking about. God, that one's a good one. That one's a really good one. That one's a really good one. Let me just write something down. Okay. So yeah, that's what I would say. I would say it was, I think The Dispossessed is probably the actual answer here. Read The Dispossessed, folks. The Dispossessed is really, really good. The Dispossessed is really, really, really good. So, yeah, I might do a book club for that one. I've been thinking about what to do. I want to do some book clubs, and I haven't gotten around to it, and The Dispossessed would be a good one. Did you ever skip school? If so, what did you do instead? I did. The truth of the matter is that when I skipped school, it was either to go to work, very rarely, or I was just too damn tired. I was just too tired. I don't think I ever skipped school to do anything especially fun, if I'm being honest with you. you know, I was a bit of an overachieving student, and I worked I worked while I was in school. You know, I started working when I was 14, and like when I was in college, I worked in the factory. So it's not a very fun or cool answer, but I was never one of the cool kids. But yeah, I sometimes I would just be so tired that I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't make it to school. So that's usually what I would skip. That was how I tended to skip school. Amusingly, I did show up to senior skip day. I did show up to school on senior skip day, because I knew that basically nobody else was going to show up. I know that basically nobody else in the school was going to show up, and so that meant that it was a free day of attendance. That meant I went to school, and I just like, I don't even know exactly what I did. I know that for at least one of my classes, I was literally the only person. It was literally just me. And I think I just read a book. I was either reading a book or I was playing on the Game Boy. I think I was reading a book. I think my Game Boy broke before then. I think I was just reading. And maybe practicing kanji. But yeah, I did show up to, I did the exact opposite. I showed up to senior skip day. But yeah, I skipped school a few times just to like catch up on sleep. Not the coolest. I was not the coolest kid. You know, I'm just gonna grab one. This one's a tough one, and I'm going to enjoy answering it. This one's a tough one. I'm going to have to think about it quite a bit. Mallory, I slacked at school. I would have had more work if I had skipped. If I had stayed home or something, I would have had more work. No, I just went to school and slacked off at school. But what was the biggest culture shock you felt when entering the world of VTubing? To be honest, I still get culture shocked sometimes while I'm here. One that I talk about a lot is how young people are. And this, I don't know if this is me being very American or me being old. I genuinely don't know if this is just an old person thing or an American person thing, but I find it really staggering how many times I've made plans with other VTubers and they just don't show up. Like it's weird to me. It is genuinely weird to me is how many times I've like made plans with somebody and they just like fall through for no reason. It's from other places I've been, it's very surprising. Like it's not something that any of my coworkers would tolerate. It's not something that my friends would tolerate. Yeah, and it's very surprising. Well, I just want people to give me a little bit of notice. Like Nyano had to, like me and Nyano planned something out last week and he had to cancel, right? And he just DM'd me. He just DM'd me the day before and was like, I'm sick. And then that was fine. Like that's the part that I'm like, what quite is going on here? And hello Koi. Hello Koi Zetsu. And that's a culture shock to me, is the like, it's not just that there's like loose planning, but that it's that people don't, it's one of those things that's really big in VTubing, right? A big element of this whole space is that it's a really complicated mixture of professionals and amateurs. It's a very complicated mix between people who view this as a job and people who are just kind of doing this as a hobby, and it's not always obvious who is who. It's actually not super obvious who you're talking to at any given moment. I treat this as a job. I have charts of how much time and money I put into this, and I pay attention to this. I'm sorry, Koi. I'll get to it after stream. I apologize. I apologize. I must have missed it. I apologize. But yeah, it's a thing that's interesting, because like in other spheres of the world, like let's say we're talking about, again, calligraphy, right? Let's talk about calligraphy. I'm an amateur calligrapher. I am not a professional. Nobody is confused about this. Nobody is particularly confused about this. People who don't know anything about people who don't know anything about calligraphy sometimes think that I am like a professional tier calligrapher, and they're like, oh, you should charge people for this. People who know calligraphy know that they don't think that I'm doing that, because the way I talk about calligraphy, the kinds of projects I work on, none of those are I just don't talk about the hobby or engage with the hobby in a way that suggests that I'm even trying to go pro. Basketball, like the person in your neighborhood who is the best at pickup basketball does not look like a professional basketball player. Like maybe physically they resemble it, but like they're not training in a way that suggests they're trying to go pro. They don't go to pro basketball games and like hang out with pro basketball and like rub elbows with pro basketball players regularly. They just don't do it. It's a very, very obvious separation between, you know, the person who's a very good hobbyist basketball player and a person who's an actual professional. And in VTubing, it's often not obvious. And I find that I still find it disorienting. You know, there are people who I've talked to in this space who are again very open that this is their intended career. I am hoping for this to be, if not my only source of income, then a significant source of income for me. But some people are just here vibing, and good for them. But it's also kind of disorienting that I can't just tell instantaneously. I cannot just tell at a glance who's who. Yeah, networking can be very weird. It's just kind of interesting, right? It's just kind of interesting. So let's grab another one. That was a very late question. Another late question. Oh, this one's kind of fun. This one is kind of fun. Have you ever ridden a mechanical bull, or would you? Koi, we've got a bit of a moratorium on questions while because I'm getting distracted a lot. Have you ever ridden a mechanical bull, or would you? I have not. So first part of that is no. I am a northerner. I am a northerner. The furthest south I've lived is Iowa. I mean, you're allowed to keep talking, Koi. It's just I'm not going to be answering very. I'm trying to reduce the. I'm trying to stick to the question. I've already got 120 questions on the Q&A. It's already so many. This was question number 108. I have so many left. I have so many left. I'm actually going to do a quick count. Equal count A. B2 to B122. Okay, I've only answered 16 questions. This is 16. Yeah, your pin was only on 20 minutes. Your pin was only a 20-minute pin. Sorry, I could have told you that. You didn't perma pin. Today, if you were to ask me today, would you ride a mechanical bull? I'm going to say no. Because I am thinking about what that would do to my lower back. And I just want to cry. I like just thinking about what that would do to my old man lower back. I think if I were more on top of my working out, I think I'd be more down. But today, not today. Give me a couple of weeks to get back into doing my deadlifts on a more regular basis. I currently do deadlifts on a pretty irregular basis. But, you know, get me back into doing my deadlifts and my squats and my rows on a more regular basis. And I'm fully confident my upper back could tolerate it, to be honest. I'm fully confident that my upper back and my legs and my shoulders would all be able to handle it. Oh, Pekko Neko, thank you for the sub. It's okay. It's okay. I don't need people to be on time in any particular order. I don't need people to be on time in any particular order. It's all good. But yeah, Emperor's armpits. From about my hips to a little bit below my rib cage, I do not trust those muscles right now. I am deeply afraid that there would be two halves of Almantas coming off of that mechanical bull. That it would be like a God of War scene there. So yeah, not super keen on that one. I would probably pass today, but if you give me enough of a heads up, I probably would. Let's on to the next one. My hips don't lie, they just scream in pain. How does it feel to have stolen my heart? To this anonymous asker, I hope that I have not stolen your heart. I hope that you have shared it freely. I hope that you have shared it freely. I hope that you have not lost it. I thank you. I am flattered that you feel affection for me. You know, it's I hope that everyone feels love and loved. But I hope the cops don't come after me. I hope that you just I hope that you don't feel I'm glad that you feel like you can ask me. This is very sweet. It's very cute. But yeah, thank you. Very nice of you. Very, very nice of you. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you for that. And aw, it's very sweet. I don't know what else to say. Okay. So that was a very sweet question. Let's get to another one. 45. I don't think we've gotten any questions in the 40s. Oh, this one I was actually thinking about earlier today in the shower. I think this one's actually kind of a test. Are eyebrows also considered facial hair? It didn't ask me if I consider them to be facial hair. It did not ask me. And I would say no. This is a linguistic this is a descriptivism versus prescriptivism argument. So descriptivism versus prescriptivism argument. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with these terms, descriptivism is the philosophy of definitions where usage defines the word. A word is its use. And prescriptivism is when a word is defined by a dictionary, when there is like an underlying definition. And I am in general I tend to think descriptivism is a much better framework for understanding the world and for communicating with people. But this is also a descriptivist question in and of itself. Are they also considered facial hair, right? This is not asking, do I consider them facial hair? Should they be considered facial hair? No. This is, are they considered facial hair? Which implicitly is, does the society I live in consider eyebrows to be facial hair? And it doesn't. It doesn't. We don't. When we tell women that, when our culture tells women that beauty standards do not include women having facial hair, they are not prescribing that women should shave their eyebrows. When people talk about being clean shaven, they do not tend to include the eyebrows in facial hair, in that clean shavenness. So implicitly, I don't think people consider eyebrows to be facial hair in the society I live in. So yeah, pretty straightforward. I think it's funny. I think it's funny to think about. I think it's a funny contextualization. So I do like the question. I just feel like it's got a pretty straightforward answer. But I do think it's a bit of a Zen koan to get people to think about so yeah, that's where I kind of fall on that one. Kind of a question about facts. Ladies shave their eyebrows to draw them back on. That's true. I have seen that. I've seen people tattoo their eyebrows. I've seen people tattoo their eyebrows on. Getting a duplicate there. There we go. What is your favorite novel? I always struggle with choosing favorites. I always struggle with choosing favorites, and there are reasons related to cultural maneuvering and looking like the type of guy I'm supposed to look like that encourage me to say things like Moby Dick, which I love. I do love Moby Dick a lot. Or Frankenstein, another book I love. Or, you know, a classic, right? You know, a literary classic. And then there is, you know, the part that encourages me to answer something that people who watch VTubers might have ever actually freaking heard of. In which case, it would be something like Love is War. You know, Love is War I love. I love Love is War. Well, it's not a novel at all. It's not really a novel. or you know, like Heroes Die, Armor. John Stakely's Armor is wonderful. That book's amazing. Every person I've met who's read Armor has lost their minds over it. But I'm not entirely sure. I have a lot of trouble choosing favorites. I've mentioned The Vegetarian by Han Kang. That's really, really high on the list for me. Kane's Law is really, really high for me. That one's really, really high for me. Ice by Anna Cavan. That one's another very, very high tier one for me. It's really hard to choose a favorite. It's really hard to choose a favorite. I'm kind of just failing on this one. I'm kind of just talking about a bunch of novels I really like in a very abstract way. Yeah, I'm kind of just giving you a free book recommendation redeem. Let me think. So, a book that is beautiful, and I don't think it's difficult to access, right? Like Moby Dick is kind of actually a difficult book to read. I'm not gonna lie. Moby Dick is kind of difficult to read because the narrator in it is having an absolute fucking manic breakdown throughout the entire book and is a maniac on top of that. So that one's a tough one to read, I'm not gonna lie. But one it's easy, that's quick, that I think everybody will kind of get and is really interesting is thank you, Space, is Temporary by Hilary Lecter. That's one that I think is a kind of like simple one to recommend to a lot of people. It's literary, it's science fiction, it's quite funny. It's very fast-paced. It's very fast-paced. It is about a woman who is hired as a temp worker, right? She works at a temp agency. And the temp agency jobs that she gets are weird. They're weird. The first job she gets is temping in for the CEO of a billion-dollar corporation. She also gets temped in as like a 1600 style pirate. She takes a temp position as a ghost. It's weird. It's very weird. It's very fun. It's very fun. It's very weird. It's very interesting. I recommend it a lot. It's a unless you have never held down a job in your life. If you've never held down a job in your life, it might be a baffling book. But if you're within 10 miles of working class, it's going to be a pretty good one, I think. 84. Oh, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. Oh, gotta remember to save it. What is your favorite thing to celebrate? This one came in 60 entries later, and it started off with the exact same 4 words. The exact same 4 words at the start. What is your favorite thing to celebrate? That's tough. I'm very spontaneous in my celebrations. I'm very spontaneous. I don't like celebrating my birthday. It feels weird and rigid. When I graduated from college, I was just confused as to why people were celebrating it. It just like didn't make sense to me. I was like, what are you talking about? I just kind of was here for a while. And like I did all the hard parts like 6 months before I graduated, so like I don't know, the celebration felt reasonable 6 months ago. It felt reasonable when I was finishing up finals on actual hard classes, whereas my last semester was a cakewalk. It felt awkward and bizarre and alienating to me. I like just, like I said, I'm very spontaneous. I like to just celebrate when my friends are in town. I like to celebrate when people have time, when people complete things they're really proud of. I don't know. I'm not. I don't know. It's weird. I feel like I just want to. When I want to party, I just want to fucking party. I don't feel like I need much of an excuse. That might be a better way to do it. I don't feel like I need much of an excuse to celebrate being alive and loving the people around me. That might be the better way to put this. Is that yeah, I don't feel the need to. I don't feel the need to create an excuse. I don't feel the need to justify what I'm doing. And so when you know, when you try to justify something that never needed to be justified, that feels awkward to me. So I guess my favorite thing to celebrate is the people around me. You know, that's, I guess, what I would say. So let's grab another one. All right. In your opinion, what has been the most embarrassing thing you've ever worn? Tuxedo. Tuxedo. Yep, it was tuxedo. That was humiliating. Didn't like that. Did not like that. I was my high school job involved a lot of serving rich people. It involved a lot of basically being like a servant to people who are much wealthier than me, and being at a lot of events for the rich. I was not like a live-in butler or anything like that, but I worked a lot of events for rich people, and dressing up like I had money to do that job. I hated that. That felt awful. That felt absolutely awful. That was the worst. That was by far the worst. No question in my mind. And now I hate tuxedos entirely. Like bow ties are fine. I can wear a bow tie with a suit, kind of, but in general, formal wear is a real, like traditional like business type formal wear is like really gross to me now because of that, because of doing that for like 5 years, and yeah, awful. Hated it. So that's my most embarrassing thing I've ever worn. What's tuxedo? Let's go to one of the first questions. If you didn't go into being an old man, what kind of VTuber would you be? Plant. I think plant. Yeah. Plant. Like Primrose or Ronin. I actually kind of regret a little bit that I didn't. I mean, isn't there an oak VTuber over on YouTube? A bearded guy who's an oak. I think there is. I don't know exactly what Emperor's Armpits. I don't know exactly what. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think he was playing. Frostpunk the other day. I think. Found him through one of those looking for bearded VTubers threads, just like how Leshy found me. But yeah, what kind of VTuber? Some sort of plant. I don't really know exactly what. Like I said, probably closer to Prim than to Ronin, because Ronin is a woman who happens to have a plant on her, whereas Primrose is a plant lady. Primrose is a plant lady. Yeah, it'd probably be some sort of plant. I like plants. I'm a plants guy. I've got a croton and a couple of iron leaves in my couple of snake plants in my room. So yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think. Some sort of plant. Some sort of plant. Plants do be nice. Yeah. We got the Ronin. We got the Ronin fan here. The Ronin fan here. Of course. So this is 79. Have I answered 79 so far? I have not. What? So let me just saving some things, and there we go. What is your favorite accent? What is my favorite accent? It's funny because I'm now like getting picky as I get older. So now I've got a bunch that I dislike. I think like all English speakers. I like the Irish accent. I do like the Minowegian accent. I think it's very cute. I think it's cute. I think the Minowegian accent's very cute. And I grew up around it, so you know. I think the Minowegian's cute. I like Irish. I really do like the transatlantic accent, mostly for the meme, mostly because it's extremely memey. I do like the transatlantic for meme purposes. A lot of close friends I had when I was young had Eastern European accents, so I've got pretty positive associations with like Russian and Ukrainian accents. Not really into the French accents. I actually do like the Mexican accent. Genuinely, I do like the Mexican English accent. That one's pretty good. Same with the Puerto Rican. I like both of those. I'm not good enough with other South American accents. I cannot distinguish like the Portuguese and the Ecuadorian. I'm not that good with that. But the Mexican one I do like. I do like the Mexican one a lot. Italian's a pretty good accent. North Italian and South Italian both are pretty good accents. Honestly, I like the Arabic accent. In a cruel twist of irony, I don't really like Chinese English accents, or particularly Indian accents. Those ones I don't particularly like. I can list off ones I dislike. I dislike received pronunciation. I rather dislike received pronunciation. I don't like French. I don't know if it's fair to say I like Swedish because I like the Swedish accent for making fun of it, which I don't feel like is I don't think that I apologize, Swedes, but I think your accent's really funny. Same with the Dutch. I find both of your accents very funny. So apologies on that one. Poor French. But yeah, I don't know what's my favorite. As mentioned, the one I really want to learn going forward is transatlantic, and we watched Knives Out as a community on Wednesday. We did a Knives Out watch along, and Daniel Craig's horrible Southern gentleman accent rules. I love it so much. It's so funny. It's so good. It's so freaking good. It's amazing. It's perfect. It's the best. It's so good. It's so bad. It's such a disaster. It's such an absolute catastrophe and a train wreck of an accent. It's so good. Sometimes the British do actually make good jokes about Americans. Not often, but sometimes they pull it off. I think I might be basic and might say My favorite. I should also say I do like AAV. I do like AAV. I think it's I think it's snappy. I think AAV is snappy, and I think it sounds good. I think AAV is snappy. I don't hate the Appalachian accent. I don't hate the Appalachian accent. The Southern gentleman is mostly fun to make fun of. I'm a weak man. How much I like accents? How? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Blosfazar. Whomst among us. So you really liked Daniel Craig's accent. You really liked it in Knives Out. I think I might actually say it's either Minowegian or transatlantic. Minowegian, transatlantic. See, now I'm like spreading it out too much. Minowegian, transatlantic, and Irish are all top tier, as far as I'm concerned. Those are all top tier, in different ways. Because Minowegian is just like cute. The Minowegian accent's just cute. It's you know, the Irish and Scottish accents are the ones that are actually kind of like sexy. Like after that, like if we're talking on like sexy and just like sounding cool and good, it's like those ones. Eastern European, honestly, the Arabic's not bad. The Arabic accent for speaking English is not bad. Yeah, so those that's probably I could probably do an entire accent tier list, and it would probably be a very annoying one for certain people, because I know a fair number of accents internationally. I don't know the like 50 million micro accents that British speakers talk about. Like Wild Osif's accent just sounds like an English accent to me. Like Wild Osif's accent just sounds like English to me. I can tell that it's different from like a London accent, but like not that well. I can just tell that it's English. Yeah, that's about it. I can tell received pronunciation apart from other English accents, but otherwise they're all just kind of English accents to me. Because again, I don't really know anybody who speaks them. Like I've barely talked to Wild Osis, and he's like the person with I think he's North Country. He's like the North Country person I've talked to the most, and that's like nothing. It's like nothing. I've DM'd him. I haven't even DM'd him. I've just been in his chat. Like, yeah. Okay. Let's take a look. Do I want to go from the top again, or okay, all of us, I think all of us know who wrote this question. Does anybody want to set up a gamba on whether... I don't even think we need to set up a gamble on who wrote this question. We all know who wrote this question. Okay. So let's see. So I think it will. I think you won't really see much right now, but I think I can adjust the parameters a little bit. Pecco, you know who wrote this question. So let's see if turning up the physics does it. Wow, that's bad. I guess that's kind of the most jiggle you're gonna get. That looks horrifying. That looks horrifying. Flora, this is your horrifying. This is your jiggle for the ladies. Okay, let's get the physics down to a normal level. Ooh. Whew. So there's your yeah. This is what Flora, this is what you get. This is what you get. So let's do another one. 56. I'm actually gonna skip on 56 for now, just because I'm pretty sure I can come up with a better answer later. Oh, this one I can say. This one's clean. This one's simple and clean, as far as I'm concerned. Do you enjoy throwing parties or attending them? I do. It's something of a frustration of mine because changes to my lifestyle as a result of COVID mean that I can't really do them like I used to. Things that I used to do are not serious options, and this is an example. I spent years believing that I did not like parties, that I was an introvert, and then I started going to like real hardcore parties, not even my freshman year of college, like several years into being in college, and I loved them. I loved it. I love meeting people. I love talking to people. I love hearing about their experiences. I love getting to know them. I love it. I love drinking with my friends and learning new things and being social. I love all of that, and that's why I'm VTubing. That's what's got me here. That's what keeps me in the game, and I love it for that reason. And I do enjoy throwing parties. So it is worth saying that true to form, when I throw a party, it is usually 4 to 8 people. Usually it's 4 to 8 people, and it's at my apartment, and I cook a big meal. I cook like a 4 to 6 course meal. Always have dessert. Always have dessert. Usually cheesecake. Because those ones turn out really well and they transport very poorly. And we have some beers and some whiskey and some wine, and we eat and we make a little fire, and we just talk for hours. That's my idea of a party. It's a very old man party. A lot of what I'm getting out of that is that I love showing off my cooking, and I love people telling me my cooking is good. And so that's a non-trivial factor there. And so, yeah, I love parties. I love throwing parties. I love, more than going to them. I do love throwing them more than I love going to them. Attending parties is fine and all, but I like throwing a party. I like having friends over and talking with them. And I do. And it's a little bit sad that I don't get to do it so often anymore. It's something that I've kind of given up in the last couple of years for health reasons. But yeah, pre-COVID, I would be out. I would leave my apartment at 6:30 a.m. and I would get home at midnight about 6 days a week. And hopefully that partially explains why I'm so bad at video games. So Space, I have a yard. I am a New Yorker who has a frigging yard. So yeah, I touch grass. What are you superstitious about? There is something. I selected this one because there is something I'm superstitious about, but I can't even remember what it is right now. There is something that I'm superstitious about, and it's something weird. God, what was it? Oh, right. This one. This is the streamer one. I have a streamer related superstition. And people who were around when I was playing Backpack Battles made fun of me for it a lot and really encouraged the superstition. And people who were people who have been playing Overwatch with me have probably noticed it. My absolutely uncanny, seemingly supernatural ability to be wrong about when I'm going to win or lose a fight. It is uncanny. It is absolutely uncanny how reliable I am at it. It's insane. Yeah, it's like 90%. Yeah, Emperor's Armpits has been around, has seen me do it. It's like 90%. It's incredible. My ability to be wrong at calling coin flips is unbelievable. Like, and in Backpack Battles, it felt completely insane because it would be like, oh, I guess that's over when I was at like 10% HP and my opponent was at like 90% HP, and then I would one-shot them out of nowhere. It's like wild. What incarnation. So yeah, I am kind of superstitious about this one. And I kind of feel like it's like I shouldn't call things in advance. I shouldn't call probabilities on things that I'm involved in advance. I'm just wrong so much of the time. It's unreal. It's absolutely unreal. Oh, God. Confused as to why so the ad break timer was completely off. That was off by like 5 minutes. So we've still got like 3 more minutes. Well, and I mean space, like you've seen it. Like you've seen me go, oh shit, I'm screwed, I'm gonna die, and then I kill like 3 people. Right? Like you've seen that. You've seen me just absolutely pop off after I say that I'm doomed. It's not even like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm just wrong. I'm just wrong. Like you've also seen me be like, oh yeah, we've definitely got this, and then we get creamed immediately. Or again, it's much funnier when I'm like, it's much funnier to me when I'm like, we're screwed, this is over, we're doomed, and then we win. That's much funnier to me. That is much funnier to me. Is when I'm just like, oh, we're doomed, and then we win like super hard. I'm just so consistently wrong. I don't get it. I do not get it. Baffling. Absolutely frigging baffling. I mean, Grim, like, the superstition is I think that if I try to juke it, it still won't work. I think that if I try to game it, I mean, we could try this. We could try this, Grim. We could try writing down like how screwed does Al think he is in this situation, and like write it down and see if it's like, is it the feeling of being screwed? Because to me it feels like it's not the feeling. It feels like it's when I say it out loud. As soon as I say it out loud, I'm wrong. As soon as I say it out loud, I'm wrong. I don't know if we can weaponize it. I don't know if it's weaponizable. I don't know if it's weaponizable. I do think it would be really funny if I was actually like a high tier competitive player, and like you saw me in like an actual tournament for something, and I just call GG and then win. I think that'd be funny, but I'm not. I'm just bad at games. That would be funny if I could weaponize it like that. That'd be a pretty pro tier thing to mess with people on. But for the moment, I don't think it's quite weaponizable. I don't think there's a way to make use of it. Okay, we just got a couple of seconds till ads. So I think I will actually brush my teeth this time. Though I'm smiling so much, my jaws hurt a lot. My cheeks are like in a lot of pain right now. need to think about that. But yeah, enjoy the fan art. We are going into ads. Okay, I am back. Yes, I did brush and floss my teeth. So there it is. There it is. Yes, that's one I am superstitious about. That's one I am superstitious about. And we got another superpower one. We got another superpower one. So. And thank you, Space. Thank you, Space. If you had a superpower, what would you like it to be? Was this you, Space? I thought this one was Flora. But your response to this one makes me think it was you now. Invisibility. It's invisibility. Absolutely invisibility. I would love that. I would love that. I'd love to have... That's fair. That's fair, Space. Though that does make me think that the ones that you asked were extremely horny. So I'll keep that in mind, and I'll let you keep that in mind. That's how I'm judging that statement. So if you had a superpower, what would it would be invisibility. It would be invisibility. I love being able to choose. I can hear what Space is saying right now. I can hear him. If you had a superpower, what would you like it to be? I would choose, like I said, yeah, invisibility. I think it would be incredible to I like being able to control the attention that people have on me, to be honest. That's I don't mind being the center of attention, but I like being able to turn it off. That's the thing. That's the thing. I don't like it when people are noticing me and I'm not trying to be noticed. And maybe it's just because I grew up in the era I grew up in, but my baseline assumption is that if somebody is paying attention to me, they're doing so for bad reasons. And here I get to control, I get to choose, I get to have some agency over how people pay attention to me. But it's hard not to feel on the 21st century internet like people are deliberately trying to find things out about you in order to hurt you. And I don't like that feeling. And I would like them to stop. And if I can't make them, if they won't stop on their own, I'm going to make them stop. And that's what invisibility would be very good for. That's what invisibility would be very good for. Plus, there's a lot of, I think in terms of doing good for the world, it's hard to beat being able to be invisible as a superpower for making good in the world. I mean, obviously being unfathomably wealthy would be very good for it, but I think you can get a lot more good done if you're invisible than if you're super strong or can fly. I think it's a much more impressive power than those for that purpose. So let's see, is that one I've already answered before? Oh, need to save it. What is your favorite song to slow dance to? Sorry. But yeah, so what's your favorite song to slow dance to? I actually haven't slow danced in a very long time. Very long time. It's been very, very long since I slow danced. And I think it would be Slow Dance With You, stereotypically enough. I think as incredibly overtly direct. Oh, well, Model didn't like that. Model did not like what I was doing there. I was just adjusting my chair a little bit. I think that I think it would be Slow Dance With You. Yeah, I love that song a lot. And again, I haven't slow danced in a very long time. I do like slow dancing. I do like slow dancing. It helps that I have like no sense of rhythm, and so it's nice to do something that doesn't require me to have a sense of rhythm. Let's least I don't think I have a sense of rhythm. I don't know. Sometimes people say I do. I think they're just trying to mess with me. But yes, it would be. I think it would be Slow Dance with You. What a beautiful little song from Late Adventure Time. Love it. Love it. And let's see. So I answered that one. And do you feel comfortable with people referring to you with familial terms like grandpa, dad, etc.? I do. I do. No question about it. I do. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. There's one that I don't like, but yeah, Gramps is good. Gramps is good. Gramps is good. Papa's odd, but I think I'd be okay with that. Uncle is the one that I seem to be getting a lot. Uncle Al, I get a lot, and I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. It feels like a Southeast Asia thing. I know it's it feels a bit like a Southeast Asia thing, or maybe just a more general Asia thing. But Uncle I'm totally fine with. Grandpa I'm fine with. Yeah, those are fine. Those are fine. Again, there's one that I don't like, but it's not usually. It's because people don't use it for family reasons, and that feels like a little bit odd to me. And let's grab another one. Let's grab another one. Oh, okay. That's a good one. That's a good one. Have you ever cried at a movie? If so, which ones? Hello, Huggatree. Hello, Huggatree. The movie I remember crying the most to was Won't You Be My Neighbor? Which was a very posthumous biopic of biographical documentary, not biopic, biographical documentary of Mr. Rogers. Yep. Yeah, that movie I cried to, and that was easy to cry to because I saw it in theaters in Brooklyn, and just this whole theater full of hipsters sobbing. Just the whole theater was sobbing. Easy to cry when you're in a context where like 50 other people are weeping. That's easy to cry. That makes it a lot easier. That one makes it a lot easier. So that's one. I'm trying to remember other ones that really got under to me. That really got under to me. Oh, okay, and yeah, that was the biggest one. I'm trying to remember. There were some other ones that kind of got under my skin. I don't think I cried while watching Come and See. I think I was pretty. I think my reaction was very different to Come and See. That one I reacted quite differently to. I'm trying to think what else. Let's go with that one. Let's just go with that one. I can't remember other ones off the top of my head that really affected me like that. I did feel pretty affected by Shape of Water, but I don't think I cried during it. Shape of Water was wonderful. Shape of Water was really good. I'm crying to Old Yeller, but I was a kid. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I remember being very scared of Beauty and the Beast. I don't know, something about an entire family and household being punished for a child's transgressions. Like, I was a little kid and it really stressed me out. Really stressed me out to think about that one. Okay, let's this one's pretty good. Hello Kairu. Hello the Choco Knight. Hello the Choco Knight. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you enjoy your time here. I hope you enjoy your time. So hello old man. How do you evaluate the typing revolt, and what do you think would have happened if the Heavenly Kingdom had... Alright, Choco, I'll call you that. Had conquered China. That's what's cut off there, is had conquered China. So I think the typing revolt... it's a little bit difficult to evaluate, right? It's a little bit difficult to evaluate. I don't think it would have done much to reverse the century of humiliation. I don't know how much of a chance it really could have ever stood as a truly pan-Chinese effort, because as much as it was a millenarian Christian movement, it was also a very specifically Hakka nationalist project, and it's hard to imagine that being a stable ground for stabilizing the problems that were facing China in the 19th century. And I don't know, I mean, in fairness, I can hear people asking already, the Qing dynasty itself was already a minoritarian ethnic project, right? It was already a minoritarian interest group of the Manchus over the majority of Chinese people. But it did start from a stronger military base than the Taiping did, and they were better at creating alliances and less disconnected, and it's hard to imagine them winning. And the things that they faced as I don't know that it would have made anything particularly better. Like, there's a fairly obvious citation that the Taiping were if you were in certain social classes, the Taiping were better to women of certain social classes. This is not the same as them being better. I just realized that the height rewards were paused. I apologize. Small Mantas and tall Mantas are back. But I didn't... Yeah, I don't see them winning, and I don't see it being necessarily a good thing, because it was a very violent revolt ruled by a bunch of narcissists. That was like the whole thing, right? It was like the Taiping revolt was it was a Hakka nationalist project, yes. It was a Christian millenarian project, yes. But it was above all else a personal enrichment project of the Hong family. And they were very irresponsible with what power they did accumulate, and it's hard to imagine them being more responsible with more power. That was kind of the thing that we saw. So Hong Cho-chen becomes a lot less responsible with his power the more of it he gets. And yeah, I don't see them winning. I don't see it being a good thing if they did win. I don't know how much would have been different. I think a lot more people would have died. If the Taiping had been more successful, I think a lot more people would have died. That's kind of my biggest evaluation. I think a lot more Chinese people would have died in violent early deaths. So yeah. Thank you, Kairu, for asking a nice academic one. And I know it was anonymous, but you're the only person who would greet me in an anonymous question with "Hello, old man." So So yeah, I'm calling my shot there. I'm pretty confident on that one. Let's go with... No, that one's a little bit complicated. Oh, last question. Last question. This was the last question submitted. Question 121 on my list. May I please get a song recommendation? Classical, metal, anything. Okay, okay. The Last Baron by Mastodon. It's good. I don't know what else to say. It's good. It's long. It's about Rasputin. It's like 13 minutes long. I have gotten radio stations to actually play the whole dang thing because I requested it multiple times. It's a fun one. It's a fun one. Mastodon good. Mastodon good. Mastodon good. Ooh, we got an early one. Oh, this was the next one. This was an early one. No, it's not. It's not wise. It is not wise. It is. Almantas is a real name. Is a real name. It is a Lithuanian name. Listen, Space is a good song. I just genuinely like it. I'm just enthusiastically into it. And they're like a couple times the radio station was like, yeah, you know what? We like it too. Yeah, sorry to Lithuanians. Yep. Do you know about the wild world of Chuck Tingle? I do. I think Chuck Tingle's a very cool dude. Everything I have seen, I haven't read his books yet, but everything I've seen has given me the impression that Chuck Tingle is a cool dude. Is a cool dude, and yeah, we do have to talk about Chuck in private. Yeah, I've been operating under the assumption, Mamo Bume, that you like personally know him. That's been like my assumption for a while, is that you like personally know him. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I'm not Little Wise Owl, unless the allergies are really bad. So let's change these limits a little bit, and 36. No, I just don't feel like that one. Let's see. I'm just scanning through and trying to find one that I really like. What is your favorite, most used? Hello, Orc Florist. Hello, Orc Florist. Hello to the certified good boy. Hello. Let's shout out Orc Florist. Orc Florist has a wonderful model, and he's very sweet, and he's the least psychopathic among us. Yeah, Space, you were there for this. You were there for us. So what's my favorite or most used cookbook? I think my favorite is, I think it's, hold on. I really like Vegan Asian by Jessica Uwe. The post-punk kitchen cookbooks that I have two post-punk kitchen cookbooks, which are vegan cookies invade your cookie jar, and vegan pie in the sky. And the pie in the sky one's really, really good. The cookie jar one has given me like one of the best recipes I've ever made, which is the Mexican chocolate snickerdoodles. If you see Niano or Nagi or a couple of other people, they can vouch. Alex, I believe, also got the chance to have one. They can vouch. They're very good. They're very, 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 very good. But vegan pie in the sky is the one where I got all of my cheesecake recipes are from vegan pie in the sky. All of my cheesecake recipes, and they're really good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Orc Forest. Yeah, the Post-Punk Kitchen's very good. I think my most used is actually weirdly the Thug Kitchen cookbook, which is weird because they got kind of canceled. The owners of the Thug Kitchen got kind of canceled, but good cauliflower recipe. Really good cauliflower recipe that I have made a lot over the years. I don't own the Walks of Life cookbook, but Walks of Life is my favorite recipe website. Walks of Life is my favorite recipe website. Their vegetable dumplings and their huajian recipe and are just unbearable. They're so good. They're so friggin' good. They're so friggin' good. So Walks of Life for a website, Post-Punk Kitchen for desserts would be what I'd say. Okay, let's... I think I might be ready to call it there because my jaw hurts a lot. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I can imagine being polarizing. I can imagine being polarizing. I have to think about this for a second. I apologize. I have to think about this for a second. Thought this VTube was already in this call. I have to think about this for a second because my jaw hurts from smiling too much, but I do also kind of want to keep going. I do also kind of want to keep going. So I'm wondering if I'm just hungry. I'm wondering if I'm just hungry or something like that. You know what? Yeah, let's can you give me like 5? Can you give me like 5? I'll give you guys a fan art and let me stretch and think about this. Okay. Sorry, I think I just needed to stretch a little bit and get a little bit of sugar. I think I need a little bit of sugar. So I am back. Let's... I hope people are still having a good time. Because I am. So this was question number 50. Hello space. This is question number 50. Do you think you would be friends with a clone of yourself? That's confusing. I'm guessing they don't just, this is not just in this. I'm going to be generous to the question and say that I think, well, Jarfy, I'm not going in order. It's worth knowing, Jarfy, that I'm not going in order. That said, this is the 36th question I've answered out of 121. So it's actually even worse than you think it is. It's actually even worse. And hello, Jarfy. Hello. Hello. So my read of this question is that this is not a question of like, this is not asking about just like a genetic clone, right? This is not just a genetic clone. This is a philosophical clone, right? That you make a duplicate Almantas. And this one's a little bit tricky. To me because on the one hand, I think I get along with everybody. On the other hand, a lot of the fun of being friends with somebody is how they're different from you. That's a lot of the fun of it is like they're very different from you and they have very different experiences and a different perspective and you learn so much from them. And if it's somebody who is the same as you, like I don't know. I'm not into it. I don't think so. I'm gonna put that one. I'm gonna put this one as a deep maybe. As a deep maybe. Was a deep maybe. And oh, this is an interesting one. Which living person, if I had a clone, I'd either get so much done or nothing at all. The trouble is that your clone needs to eat too, right? You can't just have two incomes in the same budget. That's the problem. But which living person do you most admire? My previous answer would have been Paul Farmer. That would have been my previous answer. At this point, but he's dead, so you know that puts a damper on that. And so he's gone, so I can't really put him on for this one in good conscience. Who would it be? This one's tricky because it's I think it's my uncle. I think it is my uncle. He's incredibly brave and caring and has put so much of himself into trying to make the world a better place. And he's never really been exhausted. Yeah. Kirill's been here a moment. He's never lost faith that what he's doing is worthwhile. He's never really lost faith that what he's doing is worthwhile. He's always maintained that, he's always maintained a certain degree of steadfastness and strength, and I really admire it. I really do. I really genuinely admire it. I really, growing up, he was really my role model, and I hope that some of the energy and love that he brought into my life is something that I'm doing here. You know, I don't mention him as an inspiration because he's not a character that anybody else knows, right? Like I don't list him alongside like Uncle Iroh and stuff like that, but he is like that to me. He is like that to me, and I hope I'm like that to you. Oh boy, some of these questions are heavy. Oh boy, let's oh boy. Oh, he's a very sweet man. He deserves it. If you could pick one art which you know nothing about in regards to personal skills to explore, which would you go for? I'm going to interpret this a little bit more broadly and go with which art form do you just suck at? Which art form are you terrible at and wish you were good at? That's how I'm interpreting this one. And I'm going to go with singing. In that case, I know about singing. I'm just exceptionally poor at it. I'm just a very bad singer. And given that I'm a VTuber, it would be very nice to be good at singing. It would be very nice to be good at singing. I think I have nice tone. I think it's useful for us in VTubing, but I'm very bad at it. I'm very, very bad at it. It would also be, frankly, very useful for me to know how to do digital drawing, to develop some aptitude for digital drawing so I could make my own assets and stuff like that. But singing is the one where it feels the most like it's just like a hole in my knowledge and my capabilities. This is a fun one. Between Newton-Euler's equations, Lagrange's equation, or Hamilton's equations, which do you find to be the best for studying the dynamic behavior of multi-body systems? I'll just give you guys the scroll. Lagrange. Lagrange is the one I would go with. Lagrange is the one I would go with. And mostly just because I've actually gotten actual useful answers out of Lagrange equations. I've gotten some use out of Hamilton equations. Newton-Euler equations I found have not clarified a ton in those situations. I've just never had a lot of use for them. But yeah, I'm going with Lagrange. I'm going with Lagrange equations. Lagrange equations are cool. I haven't had to use them in a very long time. Just to be clear. Nobody asked me to teach you physics. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. I like this one a lot. And yeah, Space, I mean, the trouble is the problem is I'm tone deaf. I am not hitting those notes. It's a real problem. What is your favorite cheap thrill? The r/relationship subreddit. It's definitely the r/relationship subreddit. It's definitely that. My number one guilty pleasure is the r/relationship subreddit. I actually like advice columns in general. There's very little drama in my life. The people who I know are They love each other. They're kind to each other. There are more marriages in my family that are over 50 years old than divorces, by like a lot. It's not even close. It's not even close. I think it's like one divorce per 50-year wedding anniversaries. Like I come from a family where people like it's not like a I'm not familiar. There's just not a lot of drama in my life, and I actually kind of like drama. Especially because the drama that I know, I don't actually have to get involved in. Doesn't actually. I just get to observe, and so reading relationship advice columns and reading the subreddit relationships is a cheap scumbag thrill. It's not a flattering thing about me, but I do enjoy it. I do get something out of watching people try to solve these problems in their life, and I think sometimes they get good advice, and I find that heartwarming. But yeah, space, we can tell. You protect us from it, but we can tell, and I'm sorry, buddy. I love how I can hear the "I'm fine." I'm pretty sure you also said "what the fuck," but you just didn't type it out. What is something legal that you think should be illegal? Landlords. Easy. Landlords. No question in my mind. No question in my mind. It's landlords. My landlord didn't build my house. A construction worker built my house. Or an investor even. But my landlord didn't build my house. My landlord isn't the one who's fixing it. I'm the one who's fixing it. My landlord isn't the one who maintains my street. That's my government that I pay taxes to. They're not the ones who provide electricity. That's Con Edison. They're not the ones who provide my very terrible internet. That's Optimum. My landlord is just screwing me. And that's it. And being academic about it, Adam Smith, the great pro-capitalist economist of them all, was extremely emphatic that one of the priorities of any legal system that wishes to use, again, capitalism, because he's a pro-capitalist guy, one of their priorities should be to disenfranchise, disarm, and destroy the landlords. That's frigging Adam Smith. That's frigging Adam Smith. Adam Smith was more anti-landlord than Mao Zedong. So, yeah. Sorry, getting a little bit historical there, but yeah, no, it's landlording. It's landlording. If you're, it's heinous. It's heinous. The 2/3 of my expenses in a month go to somebody who doesn't do anything. Who's just holding me at gunpoint. Anybody else holds me at gunpoint, and for money, it's a mugging. But the landlord does it, and it's fine. Disgraceful. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. It's a little bit less heated. Which activities make you lose track of time? Very famously, Balatro. Balatro makes me lose track of time. Balatro makes me lose track of time. I was about to say something very sussy that also makes me lose track of time, but I'll just leave that to your imaginations. Practicing kanji kind of helps me lose track of time. It's very meditative. Those are the big ones. my level of general time awareness is already really bad. My basic level of time awareness is really bad, so it's kind of hard to notice if I'm losing track of time while I'm cooking or reading or something like that, because I'm just baseline bad at it. I'm just already bad. Glasses are I actually only really like learning how to write. I don't actually care about the rest of learning Japanese. I am not actually that invested in getting good at Japanese, quad Japanese. I am invested in getting good at writing kanji. That's what I'm really there for. That's what I'm really there for. Gotta think about this one. Because I'm having a good time here. Let's see. Would you win more money on Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune? Wait, hold on. Yeah, on Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune? Wheel of Fortune. Definitely Wheel of Fortune. I actually hate Jeopardy. I'm the one person in my family actually loves Jeopardy, and I'm the one hater. I'm the one hater on Jeopardy. My reactions aren't good enough. My reactions are I'm just not fast enough. I'm just not fast enough on Jeopardy. I would very likely win $0 at Jeopardy. It's extremely likely that I would win not a single dollar at Jeopardy. Because I'm just too slow. I'm just too slow. The end. Like, it doesn't matter whether or not I know it. I just wouldn't get it in time. I just wouldn't get my answers in on time. So I do think I'd be exceptionally bad at Jeopardy. Having done so several times, I get creamed by people even on topics where I'm more knowledgeable than them. Because again, yeah, I'm just too slow. It's so important in Jeopardy. That's so important in Jeopardy. And I will admit, I don't actually know the rules to Wheel of Fortune. I don't actually know Wheel of Fortune rules. My understanding is that it's somewhat more luck-based than skill-based. So that would actually help me, right? That would help me. To have it be more luck than skill. Just total gamble. And apparently I'm a good gambler. I've done the Iowa gambling game, and I was evaluated as highly skilled as a gambler, which is a pretty funny thing to be evaluated high skill at. Gotta say. Pretty funny thing to get listed as high skill at. But yeah. Jeopardy, I think it would be $0. I think I'd just get completely flat-walled. It would be a total shutout for me. Oh. Yeah. I mean, I'm yeah. And looks like we're actually going into ads. I'm just catching it by a little bit. So enjoy fan art, all of you who are managing to stay through the ads. And we'll be back in a minute. Okay. Okay. I am back. I am back. I am back. And let's do a couple more. Let's do a couple more. But my let's take oh. What in the world is this question? This is a tough one. Somebody give me a thinker. Somebody gave me a legitimate thinker in all of this. What do you think makes a question a question? Huh. That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. Huh. I gotta think about that one. That one's tough. That one's tough. What do you think makes a question a question? I think that an essential element is curiosity. I think you have to care about the answer. And I think you have to not know the answer in advance. I think it's actually caring about the answer. It doesn't have to have a singular answer, and you can be aware that there's not a singular answer, but it has to be something where... Actually, wait, no, rhetorical questions are still kind of questions. Rhetorical questions are still kind of questions. But I suppose it's the uncertainty, right? It's the uncertainty and the caring about the answer. That, I think, is the essential part of what makes a question a question. That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. Thank you, Anonymous Asker, for asking me something that was genuinely pretty provocative. Genuinely pretty provocative. Another one. What is your favorite gaming system? Apocalypse World. It's Apocalypse World. It's Apocalypse World. I love Apocalypse World. Apocalypse World's so good. Apocalypse World is absolutely so good. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's perfection. Perfection in Apocalypse World. I don't even know if it's the best I've played, because Wanderhome's really high on there. But Wanderhome's definitely my best GMing experience. Wanderhome's definitely my best GMing experience. But Wanderhome is definitely my best GMing experience, but I do think that I've gotten a lot out of Apocalypse World. Apocalypse World has really changed the way I see gaming. Apocalypse World is a game that I can introduce somebody to in 20 minutes and they will have a great time. So yeah, no, that's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful. I love Apocalypse World. I'll never shut up about Apocalypse World. Let me keep looking around here for a second. That one's way too heavy. Holy crap. That one's way too heavy. Somebody's asking some, not just thinkers, but like really personal ones. Like, ooh boy. Ooh boy. That one's a little bit high for me. So, if you could collab with any historical figure, who would it be and what would be the collab topic? So the comedy answer, right? The straightforward, obvious comedy answers are Dionysius and Zhuangzi, right? Those are the straightforward answers. Like who wouldn't want to do an improv show with Dionysius or Zhuangzi? I don't think I would actually enjoy that. I think that I'm not sure about Zhuangzi, but Dionysius is kind of a jerk. Like, he's really funny, but I think a lot of why he's funny is because you don't actually have to deal with him. So I'm not super keen on actually doing something with Dionysius. Diogenes, not Dionysius. Diogenes. What's wrong with me? I apologize. Diogenes. Diogenes and Zhuangzi would both be like, not super keen on that. Let's think about who else. So it's Dionysius and Diogenes, not Dionysius, Diogenes, because Dionysius is not a historical figure at all. And Zhuangzi probably out. As much as I admire John Brown, also probably somebody who'd be really a little bit much to have on a collab. I think Feynman would actually be a good one. I'm not gonna lie, Feynman's kind of a dick, but I think Feynman displayed something that I admire quite a bit and that I think would be useful in a collab, which is a genuine curiosity about other people. Oop, we got the motorcycles. You know, I think Richard Feynman would actually not be anywhere near the worst, because I think he would be I think it would be interesting to have a long discussion with Feynman about what he learned outside of school, which is something he talks about in Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman, and that's pretty good. So Feynman's not the worst option. Richard Feynman would not be the worst option. Who else? Feynman would be pretty good. I don't think there's any popes I would want to with. I don't think there's any popes I would want to with. Maybe I should have written down my answers to these. I guess got to go with Feynman. I think that would be kind of my answer on that one. Okay, and I think I'm going to make this the last one, I think. I think I'm going to make this my last one. And it's going to be... Have you ever been tempted to smack someone you're talking to while you're talking to them? I'm curious, chat. What do you think? Do you think that I have ever been tempted to smack someone I'm talking to while I'm talking to them? I'm just kind of interested in what people might think here. Space is thinking. Space is thinking. Hug a tree thinks as a younger person? Okay. Okay. When I was younger, but probably not as an older person. Okay. Understandable. I understand where you're coming from. So, have I ever been tempted to smack someone I'm talking to while I was talking to them? Only if they ask nicely. So, on that note, On that note, I think I'm going to call it a night. I will be on my server later tonight, but I do want to... I need to work out. I need to work out. I need to work out. So let's go raid Margot. Let's go raid Margot. Margot's very cool. Margot's very cool. She's a very she's doing a birthday donathon. There we go. There we go. That's our raid message. She is doing her birthday. She's doing a big donathon for it. She's very cool. I like her a lot. Her character design is based on an Among Us. She based her character design on an Among Us. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. She's singing right now. It should be a nice chill time. I hope all of you have a wonderful time. That's the raid message. Thank you for being along for my debut. For my debut-a-thon. Not an a-thon at all. I just did a debut and just did some things. And I hope that you all have a lovely night and a lovely weekend. Like I said, I'll be on my... I'll post my schedule tomorrow. I'll post my schedule sometime tomorrow or maybe Sunday. But yes, goodbye.